The atmosphere inside the dimly lit room is heavy with tension as arcs of jagged red lightning crackle violently through the air. At the center of this electrical storm, Isel floats above the bed where Han sits in shadow. Large system notifications flicker in the air, flashing a stark unknown error in deep red script as the very fabric of the game's reality seems to glitch and strain. The fairy looks down at Han, her expression grim as she prepares to shatter everything he thought he knew about this world. She reveals a haunting truth: the monsters Han and his comrades have been fighting were never the ones responsible for the fall of Tonia. In a shocking twist, she explains that those so-called monsters were actually the real heroes and guardians from the past who had once risked their lives for the sake of their world. Han sits silently on the edge of the bed, his back to the viewer as the red energy continues to swirl around him. The weight of the fairy's words hangs in the air as he processes the fact that every human and otherworldly species they have killed so far was an innocent protector. The fairy explains that there are specific conditions required when making a game of this scale. She recounts the origin of their current reality, stating that the two goddesses of Mobius created the game, Pick Me Up, with the intent to restore worlds that were fated to fall. Through the game, they intended to borrow intervention power from Earthlings, whom they view as higher dimensional beings. Han realizes the cruel logic behind the design. If there are heroes in a game, there must be enemies to overcome. The fairy nods solemnly as Han concludes that normal people were turned into enemies simply because introducing the real enemies from the start would have made the game far too difficult for the players to beat. As the static of the system errors begins to fade, Han grips the hilt of his blade, his mind racing. He learns that the true enemies of this world only begin to appear after the 80th floor. These are entities of pure malice, categorized as the Crystal of Chaos, the Crystal of Despair, and the Crystal of Grudge, all possessing levels exceeding 300. The fairy, appearing physically exhausted from the strain of revealing these secrets, collapses onto the floor with a weary groan, muttering that she feels like she is going to die from the effort. Han stands up and looks at her, his expression softening slightly. He thanks her for the information and offers a rare moment of comfort, telling her not to worry because he will ensure that no harm comes her way. Despite the world-altering revelation, Han's resolve remains unshaken. He looks at his reflection in a mirror, his red eyes burning with a new, darker purpose. He acknowledges that their primary tasks haven't changed. They must continue to climb the tower, defeat their foes, and grow stronger until he can finally return to Earth. However, he adds one more goal to his list. Staring intensely at his own image, he thinks to himself that someone is going to pay for this deception. In another room, Nerissa stands in a hallway, her gaze cold. She speaks to a maid, noting that Han is definitely hiding something and isn't keeping his promise. She commands the maid to stay by his side and report everything she sees and hears, sensing that a major shift is occurring. A sudden shift in the system interface brings a bright, festive announcement to the forefront. A massive banner reads, "Welcome to Pick Me Up," as it heralds the arrival of the new World Raid and the start of Season 7. The system excitedly prompts the players not to miss out, claiming the rewards have been quadrupled. Specifically, it announces the long-awaited World Raid Fiesta, a special event for all masters. The headline rewards include a rainbow advent stone capable of producing an S-rank seal and a coveted 5-star summon ticket. Han meets with his core team, including Nerissa and several high-ranked heroes, to discuss their strategy. They decide to share the essential information with heroes who have surpassed the 40th floor while keeping the darker truths hidden from the lower-ranked members. Nerissa remarks that information manipulation is her specialty, and Han agrees that mixing a few lies with the truth is necessary to maintain order. The world map displays 5 exploration dungeons currently open, located in regions like Aransha, Vardia, and the Heimer Peninsula. While expeditions are increasing and more items are flowing in, Han knows they must prevent any information leaks. The lobby has been moved to a sector populated by masters in the level 40 range. Unlike before, these masters are highly active and deeply attached to the game, having spent significant amounts of money on their progress. Han realizes that a vast amount of resources and top-tier heroes will be required to climb the tower at the speed he desires. One of the primary ways to acquire these resources is through the World Raid Fiesta. During this event, a colossal monster appears in a specific location, and masters from various lobbies must work together to take it down. Han recalls that the materials used to forge his 5 divine weapons were obtained from a previous raid of this type. He looks over a digital shop menu filled with point-based rewards. The shop offers everything from advanced potions and promotion stones to blueprints for advanced facilities and rare ingredients. Han focuses on the Rainbow Advent Stone, noting that while he has reached 4-star status, he still lacks a seal. Normally, one would have to farm exploration dungeons for stones, but those methods only yield up to B-rank quality. The Rainbow Advent Stone is unique because it offers the possibility of obtaining a legendary S-rank seal. Just as he considers how much this could accelerate his growth, he stops in his tracks. His eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the top prize for the Dimensional City Points category, a 5-star summon ticket. He mutters to himself, asking if the developers are out of their minds, as such a high-tier reward has never been released in any previous fiesta. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky canyon where a massive, horned demon-like monster roars in defiance. This creature, a high-level raid boss, is surrounded by a fleet of technologically advanced airships. A blue-haired commander stands on the deck of a lead ship, her hair whipping in the wind as she commands her crew to fire their cannons. Blasts of concentrated blue energy rain down on the beast, causing massive explosions that rock the canyon. The commander orders a second round of close-range attacks and calls for support magic to prepare for transmission. Han and Velkist watch the battle from a safe distance. Velkist is visibly impressed by the sheer power of the rankers from other lobbies, noting that if even one of them were on their team, raids would be effortless. Han explains that these main participants are all max-level rankers. Han asks if Velkist is intimidated, but Velkist calmly replies that he is simply trying to learn from their tactics. He warns Velkist not to get too close, as they could easily be swept up and destroyed by the crossfire. A map overlay shows the monster is surrounded by threat zones, with levels ranging from 142 to 250. Han points out that while the event offers great rewards, they cannot participate directly in the main raid. He explains the brutal history of the event, mentioning that in the last fiesta, the top-tier lobby known as Niflheimer deliberately eliminated lower-level lobbies that were trying to get carried through the fight. If a team doesn't attack properly or lacks the strength to survive a single stray hit from the monster, they are reduced to ashes. Turning his back on the explosive battle, Han declares that their goal isn't the world raid itself, but the secondary events held within the Dimensional City. He tells his team that they are going to participate in various competitive matches and win them all to claim that 5-star summon ticket. He meticulously studies the event breakdown, which includes 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, and 5v5 games, as well as a battle royale. To take first place in total points, they will likely need to win in at least 3 different categories. Han carefully considers which of the 6 available dimensional cities to enter, noting that some are restricted by star rank requirements. He also realizes that the rankers are all wary of each other, with many potentially smurfing in lower-tier cities or ignoring the sub-events to focus entirely on the giant monster. As the preparations continue, the master on the other side of the screen begins purchasing Fiesta special packages. System prompts show the master spent 110,000 won, 55,000 won, and 33,000 won on various bundles, granting massive point bonuses of up to 30%. Han watches as a series of gifts are sent his way, including several warhorse statues, rated at 4 stars. He looks at the small statues with a mix of annoyance and skepticism, questioning if the master really expects him to win a 5-star ticket using such shitty items. However, he acknowledges the gravity of the task ahead. Hundreds of thousands of masters are participating, but there is only one 5-star ticket available per dimensional city. To claim it, they must dominate the competition. Han reminds himself that the first seal he obtains is critical, as it will decide his entire path as a hero. He organizes his team for the upcoming trials, naming the party. Get me that ticket! The roster of 12 heroes is set. Han will take on the Battle Royale, while Velkist is assigned to the 1v1 game. Jenna, Kishasha, and Adis are grouped for the 3v3 match, and a 5-man squad consisting of Javier, Feljef, Huadu, Cordora, and Muduin is prepared for the 5v5 category. With their objectives clear and their roles assigned, the team boards their specialized airship. As the vessel lifts off and soars over the rugged terrain toward the 4-star dimensional city, Han wears a confident, determined smirk, ready to face whatever challengers stand between him and the ultimate prize. High above a vast expanse of jagged, sun-bleached canyons, a specialized airship with white, mechanical wing sails cuts through the hazy atmosphere. On the wooden deck of the vessel, the air is thick with the weight of an upcoming challenge. Jenna, with a look of mounting concern, stares out at the horizon before turning to her leader. She asks if he is truly certain about their current course, noting that if the prize is a 5-star summoning ticket, the high-level rankers are bound to appear. Han remains composed, his dark eyes fixed forward as he explains that the dimensional city they are approaching is strictly for 4-star heroes. He reasons that even if rankers show up, they will still be capped at the 4-star rank, so she should not worry. Adis, however, isn't easily comforted. She reminds him that they have only just reached 4-star status themselves, and she fears the level gap between them and the veterans will be severe. Han acknowledges her fear but provides a cold, calculated breakdown of the requirements. He notes that the condition to become a 5-star hero is to reach level 55. Currently, their party is at level 40, meaning the maximum difference they will face is 15 levels. As he speaks, a shimmering system window appears, displaying a golden 5-star hero card with a silhouetted figure. Han admits that while he is making it seem trivial, the stat difference between level 40 and level 55 can be as high as 150 points. The system interface provides a detailed comparison, showing that a level 40 hero typically possesses between 220 to 290 total stat points, whereas a level 55 hero boasts between 295 and 410. A more personal comparison is then displayed through hero cards for Han and Kishasha. Han's card shows him at level 40 with 264 total stat points, while Kishasha's card shows her at the same level with a slightly higher total of 281 points. Han concludes that since it isn't realistic for most players to foster heroes to the absolute maximum level, the practical difference they will face is likely 100 points or less. He emphasizes that skill proficiency will be the deciding factor in the upcoming game, and the level gap is something they can overcome with their technical ability. Despite his logical explanation, Han feels a bead of sweat roll down his face. He admits to himself that if things go poorly, they only have themselves to blame for not having reached the 55th floor yet. His true concern isn't just the levels, but the equipment. He anticipates that many of their rivals will be flexing S-rank equipment, which provides a massive advantage. On the deck, the rest of the party stands together, a diverse group of warriors prepared for battle. They resolve to make up for the discrepancy in level and gear with their hard-earned experience. They believe the opponents they will face are likely noobs, who spent their time camping on easy missions while Han's team worked themselves to the bone in much harsher environments. A series of chaotic images flashes by, illustrating the brutal reality of their journey. They have faced hordes of snarling, red-eyed beast men and towering, armored monsters in the region of Tonia, where mission difficulty is described as abnormally high. Because of this extreme environment, Tonia's heroes were forced to rise to that level of difficulty just to survive. As the airship glides closer to its destination, the narration notes that these heroes don't yet know just how strong they have truly become. Suddenly, a notification appears in a dark, ornate box, announcing that they will be arriving at the destination soon. Han and Velkus lean over the railing as a massive, futuristic metropolis comes into view. A banner identifies the location as the event area, Dimensional City Hellas. The city is a staggering sight, filled with soaring skyscrapers and hundreds of airships of various designs clogging the skies. Jenna looks down with wide, excited eyes, commenting on the sheer number of vessels. She asks if they are required to take first place, though a smaller thought bubble indicates she isn't sure how realistic that goal is. Han replies that while taking first place would be ideal, they shouldn't feel pressured. Adis observes the unique architecture of the buildings, noting she has never seen anything like them before. As they descend, a large system window pops up for the master, stating that the "Get me that ticket!" party has arrived in the event region. It explains that the master can check events, earn points, rewards, and hero statuses through the event screen. It also notes a Festa package buff is currently in effect, granting the party a 30% bonus to all points earned. Once the airship docks, the party disembarks onto a sleek, metallic platform. Han begins delegating tasks, ordering the magic engineer, Cadio, to wake up and check the ship, as the vessel will be needed for upcoming minigames. He mentions that magic engineers are barred from participating in the tournaments to ensure fairness. As they walk through the bustling terminal, they pass by staff members in black suits and sunglasses, identified as Mobius employees, who are busy shouting at the crowds to get in line and stop cutting. Nearby, Kishasha is shown having a physical reaction to the stress, comically vomiting a rainbow-colored stream as her companions watch. One of them comments that Kishasha is at the top of the 4 stars and practically functions like a 5-star hero, but she finds the environment overwhelming. Javier remains focused, his mind's eye skill active. He senses several powerful individuals nearby, represented by glowing red silhouettes on a tactical grid. Han notices Javier, who seems to be observing them. Han realizes Javier is sharp and possesses high proficiency in mind's eye, noting that Javier isn't even trying to hide his skills. Han turns his attention to a massive, dark airship docked nearby, decorated with a red and gold crest. He tells his team to observe it closely, as they are looking at their rivals. Based on the size of that ship, Han estimates the owners must have reached at least the 60th floor. A display identifies the rival as ranking 7,402nd. Sweet bean soup. Belonging to the Lacaria region. A woman in polished silver armor with long, flowing blonde hair named Sadan steps off the rival ship. She is a 4-star hero, and as she looks over the crowd, she scoffs, calling everyone losers. The blue-haired man in Han's party is visibly offended by her arrogance. Sadan approaches a sleek, black carriage intended for special guests, intending to take it for herself. A Mobius employee with bright blue hair and a mustache politely stops her, informing her that she does not have the right to use the vehicle. Sadan is outraged, arguing that her master has climbed to the 64th floor and that as a sub-member of the raid party, she has more rights than the losers gathered there. She continues her verbal assault, turning to the crowd and stating that she was a 4-star at birth, while the others were obviously 1 or 2 stars who had to work their way up. She looks down her nose at them, calling them disgusting and telling them not to talk to her. The Mobius employee remains unmoved by her status, simply repeating that she lacks the right. When she demandingly asks who does have the right, the employee points upward. A shadow falls over the platform as an even larger, more regal airship descends from the sky. This vessel is dark purple and gold, with intricate sails and a powerful presence. The employee announces that the true guests have arrived. A group of heroes in formal, black and gray military uniforms with gold epaulets descends the ramp. They exude an aura of overwhelming power and authority. Sadan is stunned into silence, asking why people like that are even here. The blue-haired employee tells her she is in the way and asks her to move. The leader of the newly arrived group, a man with dark hair and a rugged beard, looks toward a trailing member and asks what took them so long. A voice apologizes, explaining they were busy changing. A man named Aaron steps into view. He is tall and striking, with messy blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He wears a high-collared black uniform with gold trim and carries a long, dark spear. His presence is enough to draw the attention of everyone on the dock, including Han's party, who watch him with varying degrees of intensity. The scene then shifts to a flashback or a different dimension. In a dark, wooden room, a red-haired man named Srajan sits in a chair, looking at Eren. He asks if Eren is his colleague, noting that many trainees had come before but they had all failed. Srajan observes that Eren is not from Niflheim and asks where he is from. Tells Eren that he doesn't need to know much, other than the fact that they are in similar situations. He states that Eren is there because he wants to be stronger. The conversation turns to a dangerous portal behind them. Han explains that the portal leads to Luanan, dimension 0534. He warns Eren that it is a dimension that literally eats away at one's life force just by staying there, and the survival rate is less than 3%. Eren, gripped by a quiet but intense determination, stares at the swirling purple energy of the portal. He declares that he doesn't intend on dying. He wants to do everything he can so that he is never embarrassed by his own weakness again. Eren takes a final breath and walks toward the shimmering gate. Han watches him go, telling the young warrior to take care of himself. As Eren nears the portal, his face is shown in a tight close-up, his blue eyes filled with a resolve that suggests he has already moved past his fear. He steps through the threshold of the life-draining dimension, leaving behind his former self in a desperate bid to reach a level of power that will allow him to stand among the strongest heroes in the tower. Amid the futuristic sprawl of a dimensional city, the calmness of the morning is shattered by a desperate shout. Jenna, the party's red-haired archer, screams a name in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she spots a familiar face in the crowd. She calls out to Eren, seeing a blond young man in a sharp military-style uniform stepping into a luxury black vehicle. A brief flash of memory reveals Eren as he used to be, a serious senior member of their group. But the man before them now exudes a cold, distant aura. He enters the car without so much as a glance backward, the door sliding shut with a definitive click, leaving Jenna trembling and confused on the sidewalk as the vehicle speeds away. Velkist crosses his arms and watches the car leave with an amused smirk. He jokingly asks if the guy just didn't see him, noting that it looked like Eren was stuck there for a moment. Jenna, still shaken, asks if she imagined it, but the reality sets in. That was definitely Eren. The realization confirms the rumors that Niflheim really is the strongest force in this area. Han observes the departing vehicle calmly while Velkis remarks that if they sent a carriage to pick him up, Eren must have made it big. Jenna finds it unsettling, noting that the Eren she knew wasn't like this. She assumes he must have preferred the allure of the big city over their backwater origins. As the group gathers, Javier comments enviously on the high quality of Eren's uniform. Meanwhile, Kashasha clutches her stomach, looking absolutely nauseous, while Adis supports her, acknowledging that their current situation is harsh. The team discusses the implications of their competition. They worry that if Niflheim, referring to their own leader's reputation, is participating, they might not be able to secure the 5-star summon ticket. Han, however, looks out at the city skyline with a cool demeanor, telling them they don't have to get that ticket. He frames this event as just a warm-up and advises them not to push themselves too hard. Internally, however, Han's thoughts betray a fierce ambition. His eyes glow with a crimson intensity as he decides that while the summon ticket would be nice, getting the Rainbow Advent Stone would be an even greater result. Later, on a bus transporting them through the gleaming metropolis, Velkis leans forward, resting his chin on his hand. He comments that from what he knows, their former senior Eren wasn't talented at all. Jenna and Kashasha are slumped in their seats, exhausted and sleeping. Velkis confidently assures Han that even if 10 Eren showed up, he still wouldn't be a match for him. He deduces that if their senior is here, he must have found a way to get stronger. A mental image plays out of Velkis effortlessly blocking a spear strike from Eren with a smirk, reinforcing their confidence. The bus arrives at a massive, modern hotel bathed in the warm orange glow of the setting sun. As they disembark, the whispers of the surrounding crowd become audible. The other participants are buzzing with the news that Niflheim is participating, with one man exclaiming in disbelief that the strongest force on Server 2 is here. Onlookers gossip about the Solidarity Association incident, recalling how 4 people reduced a few hundred airships to scraps. They watch with a mix of awe and fear as Han and his team walk through the lobby, realizing that 5 top rankers have entered the 4-star dimensional city. Jenna notes that everywhere they go, Niflheimer is the main topic of conversation. Han observes the other powerful groups gathering, remarking that things are getting interesting. Inside the hotel, a digital display assigns their living arrangements. They are given 3 rooms split by party: Party 5, led by Javier, Party 2, Ada's group, and Party 1, consisting of Han and his elites. Han instructs everyone not to wander around picking fights, reminding them that there will be plenty of time to show off their skills after the event starts. The scene shifts to a lavish dining hall illuminated by crystal chandeliers, where the tables are piled high with gourmet food. Someone over the table asks Han if Eren really transferred, Jenna stating she will persuade Eren to come back. Han sits calmly amidst his voracious team. Velkist is tearing into a massive turkey leg with comical intensity. Jenna said that she doesn't want to fight Eren. Han answers Jenna simply that they might not even have to fight him, explaining that since each event can have thousands of participants, avoiding a specific encounter is entirely possible. A holographic interface appears to explain the fiesta's structure. The event has a total of 5 special competitions. The screen displays the main tournament brackets, showing rewards of gems and points for each tier, from the top 256 all the way to the finals. Although the criteria differ for each event, the sheer volume of participants means that even making it to the main bracket will be a monumental task. Han highlights a crucial detail. To take first place in total points, one would have to win at least 3 events. This daunting requirement hangs in the air as the team continues to eat. Jenna questions if that is even possible, given that other top rankers are participating. A graphic displays the 5 apex predators gathered here, listing 5th rank Loki of Niflheim alongside other titans like the 8th rank True Elder of Ginnungagap and the 21st rank Skullcrusher of Makramda. The narrative jumps to the 2nd day of the fiesta. Fireworks explode in the sky above a colossal, futuristic stadium as the opening ceremony kicks off with fanfare. A schedule board outlines the week-long event, noting that the detailed schedule differs for each competition. The Battle Royale is highlighted as a long-format match consisting of 4 rounds: prelims, main bracket, semi-finals, and finals. An aerial view reveals the scale of the venue, showcasing 5 distinct arenas. The Team Battle Arena, Individual Battle Arena, Party Battle Arena, Battle Royale Arena, and Pair Battle Arena. These massive structures are nestled among the city's skyscrapers, and it is estimated that at least 100,000 people have packed into the stands and waiting areas before the main brackets even begin. At the Party Battle Arena, the tension among the participants is palpable. Jenna looks around nervously, wondering how many people can even advance. Nearby, a group of anxious adventurers discusses their grim reality. One hooded man trembles, terrified that their vicious master will synthesize them as an example to the others if they fail to make the main bracket. Han states that Dimensional City isn't a waiting room, meaning there is no automatic recovery. Although masters have prepared top-grade potions, the stock is limited. A critical rule is overheard. While participants revive if they die, heroes who have died once are disqualified from participating in other matches. A young blonde warrior stammers his understanding as he is warned not to overdo it. Suddenly, a voice booms across the stadium. Isel, dressed in a sleek black suit and sunglasses, floats in the air with a microphone, welcoming the heroes. In the stands, a man recognizes her and calls out her name. Isel snaps instantly, her face contorting with rage as she flies down to the offender. She furiously demands to know what he just said, asking if he dared compare her to some house fairy. She flashes a glowing golden membership card and threatens to crack his skull if he associates her with part-time laborers again. Regaining her professional composure, Isel announces that this event is using a super trendy system. She wishes everyone fun as holograms appear before the participants. She directs their attention to the special prizes for the winners. A card materializes on the giant screen showing a jagged, glowing crystal, the Rainbow Advent Stone. It is a top-grade item available only to the Battle Royale winner. Noting that even the incompetent heroes would be desperate for it, though he knows they will struggle to obtain it. In the spectator stands, a blonde woman in silver armor named Lycaria breathes a sigh of relief. She tells her companions that if they just get that Advent Stone, they can knock those bastards down a peg, declaring dismissively that Niflheim is washed up anyway. Back in the arena, Isel raises her hand, surrounded by golden energy, and shouts for the prelims to start now. The arena erupts into absolute chaos. Swords clash, magic explodes, and bodies fly as the free-for-all begins. The week-long tournament has officially started. The narration introduces the heavy hitters scattered throughout the chaotic battlefield. We see the 33,200th rank Orbis, a fierce woman with short hair. Next is the 52,104th rank Guntera, a masked figure with dreadlocks. The blonde woman from the stands is identified as the 7,402nd rank Lycaria. The text notes that all participants are 4-star heroes. We see the 666th rank, a Liberty Guild member named Genomes, looking scarred and rugged. There is the 302nd rank, a bulldog beastkin named Volkandor, who appears to be sleeping amidst the fighting. The 85th rank from the Solidarity Association is a man named Vermin, calmly playing a violin. A group of rowdy men in goggles represents the 43rd rank, Domestic Investors Getera. The rankings climb higher into the elite tier. The 21st rank Skullcrusher Macramda glares with a glowing red eye. The 16th rank from Eklios is a Libigar. Two imposing armored knights stand tall representing the 11th rank, Solidarity Association Guild leader Lifeout Asgard. A mysterious figure in a mask and jester-like hood represents the 8th rank, True Elder Janungagap. Finally, the focus returns to the main protagonist as the announcer calls for the team battle participants to line up. The crowd watches as Han walks forward with his hands in his pockets, his black coat flowing behind him. The narration states that after this event, Tonia would become the topic of public attention. A system window appears next to him, identifying him not by the terrifying Niflheim moniker the crowd uses, but by his master's humble rank, 2,485,004th rank Enigma of Tonia. The chapter opens with a high-angle view of a futuristic city complex, focused on the Battle Royale Arena. Inside the sleek, metallic locker room of the waiting area, the members of Team 18 stand ready. A staff member with bright orange hair and sunglasses addresses the group, announcing the strict regulations for the upcoming bout. He loudly instructs the heroes to turn in any equipment they have, warning that they cannot bring any personal belongings into the field and will be automatically disqualified if they attempt to do so. While the other participants look tense, stripping down to their basic bodysuits, Han raises a hand with a bored expression. He casually asks, "Can we leave if we finish early?" The staff member, caught off guard by the arrogance of the question, stammers for a moment before replying, "Yes, that's fine." However, the official quickly adds a caveat, muttering that given the way the event was planned, he doesn't think an early exit is going to happen. Han simply replies that as long as it is allowed, that is all that matters. Moments later, a blue swirling portal opens, and Han steps through, his hand reaching out into the vortex. The scene shifts abruptly from the clean locker room to a desolate, overcast landscape. Han stands amidst the ruins of a modern city, with crumbling skyscrapers and overgrown vegetation reclaiming the concrete. A system notification box appears, outlining the victory conditions. The goal is to survive and be one of the remaining 50 participants. The counter currently shows 124 survivors for the Team 18 preliminary round. Another holographic display projects the map of the special field created for the event. The map indicates safe zones and danger zones, along with 3 crucial mechanics. Participants start with 0 equipment, they must scavenge for hidden items to defeat enemies, and the field will shrink at regular intervals while supplies are dropped. Han scans his surroundings, noting the familiarity of the environment. He observes that this field is modern, just like his home world, and deduces that there should be useful items hidden around the debris. He spots a rusty, L-shaped metal pipe lying against a cracked concrete wall. "This looks good," he mutters, picking up the makeshift weapon. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. "Hey!" Another participant, a young man with brown hair, approaches Han with a friendly, nervous smile. He holds a crude weapon of his own and assumes that Han is also aiming for the win. He suggests that since it is just the beginning of the round, they should work together instead of fighting. Before the man can even finish his sentence, Han swings the metal pipe with blinding speed. The scene captures the brutal impact as Han strikes the man down without hesitation. As the man lies incapacitated on the ground, Han walks away, coldly stating, "I'm busy." A system notification confirms, "1 kill," and awards him 3 points. The perspective shifts briefly to a digital interface showing a YouTube live stream. The channel, hosted by BJ Yasala, has over 300,000 subscribers and is streaming the Pick Me Up Dimensional City event. The chat is buzzing with activity as viewers tune in to watch the carnage. Subscribe to Manhwa so that we can also reach the 300,000 subscribers soon. Back in the ruined city, a group of 3 participants. A woman with a spear, a man with a shield, and a man with a crossbow, move cautiously through the streets. The spear wielder notes that the survivor count is dropping rapidly. A notification confirms that the count has already plummeted to 94 out of 50. The shield bearer wipes sweat from his brow, commenting that 20 minutes have passed and the items they have managed to scavenge aren't great. He worries about what will happen if they encounter other people now. As if on cue, the sound of a footstep crunching on debris alerts them. They look down the cracked street to see another team standing there. The group tenses up. The shield bearer whispers that another team hasn't obtained a proper weapon either, so they should be able to talk this out. Desperate to avoid conflict, he shouts to another team, "Why don't we act like we didn't see each other just this once?" Suddenly Han appears. He launches himself forward, his body surrounded by a blue aura of energy. In a split second, he closes the distance, his pipe smashing into the man's wooden shield with devastating force. The shield shatters into splinters. Continuing his momentum, Han delivers a brutal kick to the man's chest, sending him flying backward with a sickening crunch. A notification pops up. 6 kill! Plus 100 points. The woman with the spear screams in terror, scrambling up the side of a ruined building to escape. "Don't follow me! Monster!" she cries out. Han, looking bored, shoots bow toward her. The weapon flies true, striking the fleeing woman and pinning her. Blood sprays as the system awards him his 7th kill, bringing his total to 300 points. Han sighs, annoyed, complaining that he ended up wasting a lot of time because the map was bigger than he thought. He calculates that he could have watched the solo round if the field was just half its size. A montage follows, showcasing Han's domination over the arena. He is shown in a comical, chibi-style panel, bonking a hiding survivor on the head while looting a treasure chest. In another scene, rain pours down as supply drops parachute from a passing airship. Han stands amidst the gloom, watching them fall. Later, he is seen wearing makeshift camouflage, branches stuck to his head, as he sneakily takes out 2 more bewildered participants. Finally, Han announces, "Now there are 2 left." Han approaches a makeshift wooden fortress where the final survivors have barricaded themselves. The terrified occupants scream down at him, asking who he is and accusing him of killing all the participants on his own. One of them realizes the truth, stammering, "Are you really 4-star like us?" Han walks calmly toward their gate, his metal pipe resting on his shoulder. He insults them, stating they are worse than the 2 stars back in his lobby. They taunt him, saying he shouldn't even be able to break his defense. Inside the fort, a silver-haired man screams, "Die now!" and activates a trap. A massive, swinging log mechanism crashes down toward Han. With a look of utter indifference, Han swings his pipe upward, smashing through the heavy timber and the mechanism itself. The structure explodes into wooden shrapnel. The silver-haired survivor falls from his perch, screaming, "And no!" as he lands on the ground. Han looms over him, raising his weapon for the final blow, and confirms with a simple, "Yep." The man's face twists in horror as he screams, and the screen fades to black on the violence. A final summary screen appears. Han has achieved 15 kills, earning a total of 1,500 points. The rewards are tallied: 50 gems for participating, 500 gems and 1,000 points for the preliminary round, and an extra 1,500 points for kills, all boosted by a 30% Fiesta package bonus. Back in the reality of the arena staging area, Han stands before the red-haired staff member again. "Can I leave now?" he asks. The staff member, looking completely bewildered by Han's speed and brutality, stammers, Yes. You just need to come back by 8 tomorrow morning." As Han walks toward the locker rooms, other participants whisper in hushed, fearful tones. They call him a psycho, sharing rumors that he killed someone by putting a nail in their forehead and shredded another hero who had already surrendered. Han overhears the gossip as he passes two terrified men in blue tracksuits. He thinks to himself that there seem to be strange rumors spreading about him, but he pays them no mind. The scene transitions to a completely different location, the solo game arena preliminary round. This arena is pristine, futuristic, and bathed in cool blue light, a stark contrast to the ruined city. In the spectator stands, Han walks down the aisle to join his companion. Velkus looks up in surprise. "Han? How did you get here? I thought you were supposed to be in the preliminary round." Han leans against the railing, watching the match below. "But that's it," he says, dismissing his own match. He asks Velkus how are the things here. Velkus replied that there's only trash here. They're doing 5 prelims rounds. He is watching since there are still 2 rounds left. Han said so there'll be more than 10,000 people being disqualified just from the prelims rounds alone. He asks Velkus that he is not injured and asks for any good guys there. Velkus simply replied, "Somewhat." Velkus looks at Eren and said he's grown quite a bit. He continued that so much for his talent too, he is shocked. Han replied that he didn't go to Niflheim for fun, after all. Velkus smiles and said he assumes that he put his blood, sweat and tears into training. He might train more than him. But he's not as strong as I expected. Han looks at the fighter and notes that he seems to have learned up to intermediate spearmanship. Velkus pointed at someone else. However, as they watch, the fight intensifies. The silver-haired man is facing a masked, agile opponent wielding a scythe. Sparks fly as weapons clash. The masked fighter taunts the man in the uniform, asking, "Are you underestimating me?" "No," the uniformed man replies calmly. In a blur of motion, he draws a blade. He declares, "I'm just fighting you with the appropriate weapon for you." Han observes the switch with a keen eye. Velkus notes that the man has been using a different weapon each time, first a spear, then an axe, followed by a bow and arrow, and now a dagger-like sword. Han realizes that the man's competitive spirit is incredibly high. Nearby spectators, realizing who the fighter is, gasp in awe. One woman remarks that she didn't expect to see such a monster here, guessing he must be from Niflheim. Another confirms that he is a top trainee. Han corrects them internally, recognizing the fighter's true caliber. That's not it, he thinks. His nickname is the second coming of the Sword Demon, Loki's left arm Mobius' strongest swordsman. In the arena, the Sword Demon unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements creating streaks of golden light. He is using advanced weapon arts. Han analyzes the technique, realizing it is something usually learned at the end of the 5-star level. Interesting, Han muses. I think I get it. His concept, as well as why he's motivating Velkus. The panel focuses on the intense, predatory gaze of the Sword Demon as he overwhelms his opponent. Later that evening, the setting shifts to a sleek, modern hotel building. A reward notification pops up for Han, confirming the collection of 1,650 gems and a massive total of 10,400 points. Inside a luxurious hotel suite, Team 18 is gathered around a table filled with pizza boxes. The atmosphere is relaxed. Jenna devours a slice of pizza, speaking with her mouth full. I think Niflheimer seems a bit stronger, but it's still doable. She adds that they will win as long as they don't make a mistake. Han, sitting in an armchair, remains serious. I was really nervous, Adis admits, but it actually wasn't that difficult. Han interrupts their celebration, tossing a folded piece of paper onto the table. Don't let your guard down, he warns. We'll be fighting rankers once we're in the main round. Take out your bracket table. The team studies the tournament bracket. Han points out the grim reality of their matchups. Volkendor, ranked 302nd, is our opponent in the team game. But his concern lies elsewhere. The duo one is the worst. We're facing the top ranker, Elibigar. Han leans back in his chair, contemplating the strategy. He figures he will just have to dispense a bunch of potions to keep his team alive. He glances at Velkist, who is calmly eating pizza. Velkist seems like he'll be fine, Han thinks, noting that a lot of rankers were disqualified early because they kept getting pitted against each other. However, a thought crosses his mind as he watches Velkist eat. I might end up fighting Velkist. Although he probably doesn't care. The scene shifts to nightfall. The hotel is quiet, with only a few lights visible in the tall windows. Inside his darkened room, Han sits alone at a table, still studying the bracket papers under the warm glow of a lamp. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes through the room. Knock, knock. Han looks up, his expression guarded. What is it? He asks. The door creaks open slowly. Standing in the hallway, framed by the dim light, is the man from the arena, Eren. He stands tall in his black and gold uniform, his eyes locked onto Han with an intense, unreadable stare. May I come in? Eren asks politely, though the tension in the air suggests this is anything but a social call.
The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern, multi-story building at night, with a single window glowing warmly against the cold steel structure. Inside, Eren enters a darkened room. Han, dressed in casual black clothes, stands waiting. Eren apologizes immediately, concerned that he might have interrupted Han's sleep, but Han dismisses the worry, inviting him in and noting that he wasn't sleeping. Eren asks about others. Han replied that they all are sleeping. In the background, Jenna sleeps cuddling Kishasha, oblivious to the conversation taking place. Eren explains that he only has time to talk now. Han greets long time no see, asking how he has been. Eren replies with a simple all right, and notes that he is glad to see the others are doing well too. Han grimly corrects him, noting that not everyone is okay, but asks rhetorically if they look like the type to die easily. As Han pours a hot beverage into a cup, steam rising in the quiet room, he asks Eren how his experience was over there. Eren stares down into the cup, his reflection staring back at him from the amber liquid. He whispers that it is strange. Each year spent there was just a day here. The reflection in the cup looks younger, but the man holding it carries an ancient weariness. He confesses a terrifying truth. The dilation of time was so severe that he can no longer recall his younger sister's face. The narrative transitions abruptly into a flashback, taking us to the source of Eren's trauma, a desolate training ground under a purple, starry sky where gravity-defying rocks float in the air. We see a younger Eren standing with the red-haired warrior, Esragen. Esragen speaks of the sword demon Lidigian, admitting the demon was very strong. Despite challenging him dozens of times, Esragen always failed. Driven by desperation, Esragen declares that he wants to become stronger than Lidigian. Niflheimer Hero looks at Esragen with disdain, calling him another annoying bastard. Niflheimer Hero asks if Esragen expects to become as strong as the sword demon. When he confirms this, Esragen sets the terms. They will train under the same conditions. Niflheimer Hero confirms that this means fighting with just weapon techniques, minimizing the gap in physical capability and skills to test pure martial prowess. Esrajan replied yes, he wants to know where he stands. Esrajan smirks, his confidence radiating from him. He mentions that Niflheimer's Party 1 is full of monsters. Niflheimer Hero replied, oh ho, did he fight them before? He boasts that he was treated like he had a lot of potential. He prepares to spar, intending to show the difference between talent and mediocrity. Esrajan asks that he heard that Niflheimer Hero trained for thousands of years. However, the perspective shifts to Niflheimer Hero, wearing a simple cap and shorts, looking like a young boy in this mental realm. Esrajan challenges Niflheimer Hero, claiming he will show him the pinnacle of spearmanship. Niflheimer Hero calmly replies that Esrajan is mistaken. In a blur of motion, Esrajan attacks with glowing red eyes and a barrage of thrusts. Niflheimer Hero dodges effortlessly. Eren is shocked. Niflheimer Hero is pushed back by Esrajan. Niflheimer Hero said, goodness, you're fast. Esrajan attacks a upward slash and the weapon from Niflheimer Hero is thrown back. Niflheimer Hero admits his defeat. Esrajan is shocked, asking if this is the best he can do. Niflheimer Hero casually remarks that his spearmanship is intermediate at best. Niflheimer Hero sits on the ground, having been knocked back, but he is smiling. He apologizes sarcastically. Esrajan is enraged. He cut a massive cut opens on Niflheimer Hero chest, blood spraying into the air. Esrajan tells Niflheimer Hero, well, as long as you're aware. Suddenly, Niflheimer Hero sits on the shoulder of Eren and said Esrajan was a 3-star at birth, and claims his potential ceiling is ranked around the 100th place in all of Niflheimer. Esrajan, furious and humiliated, launches Ahi's sword towards Niflheimer Hero. Niflheimer Hero shouted at him to listen properly. He teleported at the back of Esrajan and continued that only if they don't rest for even single day, and are lucky enough to fully meet their potential. Esrajan attacks him, but he disappears again. Niflheimer Hero shouts that his potential is capped. He screams that an ant will still be an ant after 1,000 years, and that even if a rabbit trains for 10 millennia, it cannot fly. He insists that no matter how much a deer practices swimming, it will never reach the deepest parts of the ocean. Niflheimer Hero stares down at Esrajan, eyes burning, declaring that the origin of his power is not technique. His eyes glow with a menacing purple aura as he tells them that even if they train for 10 million years, they will never catch up to him. Eren watches this confrontation from the side, bewildered. He notes that during Niflheimer Hero's attack, there was no vibration in the air or sound. It was completely soundless. He asks Niflheimer Hero if he got that power through effort. Niflheimer Hero shuts down the question instantly. There is nothing you can earn through effort, he states coldly. That's just how losers comfort themselves. Esrajan shouted that even if you are talented, if you don't try. Niflheimer Hero cuts his words in middle and clarifies his brutal philosophy. He points to the wooden training dummies in the distance. He explains that training guarantees results, but effort does not. In other words, if there is progress, it is training. If there isn't, it is merely effort. He challenges them to resolve the hypocrisies hidden within themselves, warning that otherwise they will get nothing from him. Time begins to blur. Floating rocks drift through the purple sky. We see a montage of grueling training. Eren strikes a dummy with such force. Eren and Esrajan practice relentlessly in the courtyard of a strange, timeless mansion. The sun on the horizon never sets, casting the world in perpetual twilight. Eren, exhausted and sweating, asks how many days have passed since he arrived. Niflheimer Hero, sitting on a bench, answers simply, 2. Eren is horrified. It has felt like an eternity, yet only 2 days have passed in this dimension. The training continues. Esrajan shouts at the training dummy while attacking it. We are shifted to a room. Clock is ticking. Eren was sitting on the study table. Esrajan demonstrates the spiral spear technique to Eren, explaining how to use the bones and muscles to amplify power through rotation. He spins the spear, creating a vortex of blue energy. Tells Eren to start from his toes and train this technique to its extreme. The scene cuts to Niflheimer Hero lying on the roof. He tells him it's no use. Do you think that a blind person can understand colors if you explain it to them? Niflheimer Hero asks. He reveals that a whole year has passed. He asks Eren what the hell he has learned. The text on screen emphasizes the despair. A year has passed. but Eren said I have yet to learn the fundamentals of strength or how to create it. Niflheimer Hero sits on the roof of the barracks, laughing at them. He mocks Eren for not learning a single thing, while praising Esragen for learning to be humble, calm, and calculating. He calls Eren a genius, but with a twisted compliment. A genius of effort. The camera focuses on Niflheimer Hero's face, shadowed and intense. He turns his attention to Eren. Eren looks like a walking corpse, eyes sunken, face gaunt with hunger and exhaustion. Eren narrates that he spent all his days training except for when he was eating, yet made no progress. His purpose in life is to return to his family. Niflheimer Hero looks down at the broken man and asks, "Is that the best you can do?" Niflheimer Hero crouches next to Eren, his voice dropping to a cruel whisper. He asks if Eren feels pathetic because he isn't talented. "Just give up then?" Niflheimer Hero questions why Eren is so obsessed with becoming stronger. He asks if Eren is caught up in his memories. Then he drops a devastating revelation regarding the mechanics of their existence. You don't even have complete memories because you're a 1-star at birth. This truth hits Eren harder than any physical blow. As a low-ranked character, his backstory is incomplete. He cannot move forward if he does not know strength, but he cannot see ahead if he does not know himself. We enter Eren's internal monologue as his mind begins to fracture. He visualizes Han, the savior who made him who he is, but realizes he cannot recall Han's face. He thinks of Jenna, the girl who always smiled brightly and had a good heart. He thinks of Ialka, who seemed selfish but cared deeply. He sees the faces of his comrades, but they are blurry, fading into the static of his deteriorating mind. He realizes he can't remember them. Desperate to hold onto his identity, Eren is shown sitting at a desk, frantically writing with a quill on parchment. He writes the names of his friends. He writes, "My only sister, Nina." He writes, "My name is Eren Delcut." He commands himself, "Do not forget, recall, I have a reason to grow stronger." The scene dissolves back to the present in the quiet hotel room. Eren is seated in a chair, his hands wrapped in bandages, trembling slightly. He tells Han that he kept writing letters without a mailing address. He admits that he would have forgotten everything had he not written those letters. By the end of his trial, it was hard to even recall his own name. Han, sitting opposite him, leans back casually. Eren notes that Han took part in the preliminaries and asks what he thought. Han offers a rare compliment. "Not bad. Seemed like you learned intermediate spear arts." Eren looks up, a haunting, weary smile crossing his face. The shadows under his eyes are deep. He replies softly, "That was my 57 years." The chapter begins in a moment of quiet introspection, focused on the ripples within a steaming cup of tea. A reflection of Eren stares back from the amber liquid. Eren speaks softly, his voice heavy with the weight of time. He admits that this is the level he has finally reached after training for 57 years. He looks up from the cup, his gaze fixing on a figure standing in the shadows of the room, Han. Eren asks a question that burns in his chest. To be able to look at the same place Han does, how many more years will it take him? He immediately cuts himself off, looking down at his bandaged hands. He apologizes, realizing he shouldn't be whining about his situation. Han acknowledges he is the one who sent Eren to his current post, and the least he can do is listen. With a solemn expression, Eren thanks Han. He clenches his bandaged fists, his resolve hardening. He declares that he is entering this tournament as part of the Guild Niflheimer, but he has a singular goal. If he wins the individual tournament, he plans to return to Taunia. Jenna and Kashasha were listening to the conversation from behind the door. The scene shifts to the grandeur of Dimension City on the third day of the fiesta. Fireworks explode in the sky, casting colorful light over the futuristic cityscape and the massive Colosseum walls. It is time for the main tournament. Velkist's run through the bracket is nothing short of ferocious. In the morning, he easily reaches the top 256. By the afternoon, in the top 128 match, he faces a thief specialized in stealth and cloning techniques. The arena floor is swarmed by blue-cloaked figures, dozens of clones surrounding Velkist from every angle. At first glance, it looks like he is at a severe disadvantage, completely outnumbered. But Velkist thrives in the fire. The lower his health points drop, the more he draws out the true value of his unique ability, the savage skill. Crimson energy erupts from his body, his eyes glowing with a manic red light. He tears through the clones with brutal efficiency. Standing atop his defeated, bloodied opponent, Velkist grins like a demon, claiming victory in under 3 minutes. A system window displays the results of the top 128 individual match. Manhwa, from the 10,000th ranked Guild Anarasu, has been utterly defeated by the representative from Townia. The notifications pile up. Achieved a quick victory, achieved audience response, achieved a no-damage victory. Velkist earns 150 gems, bringing his total points to 1,300. The dominance continues into the pair battle. It is another clean sweep. Without facing any major issues, the duo advances to the top 64. The focus then shifts to the chaos of a party match. Gacha Ch lunges forward with a feral roar. She strikes a heavy shield held by a Valkendor warrior, the impact creating a burst of sparks. Behind the shield wall, Aislan analyzes the situation. He notes that their gear is, at best, B- or C rank. To him, it is basically scrap junk compared to what they are used to. Yet, despite the handicap, other team are holding out just fine. Jenna draws her bow. Aislan grumbles that the enemy sniper is a pain and that the arrows keep getting in the way of her shots. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. An enemy commander shouts for Belina to aim for the rear. A purple blur materializes behind Jenna, an assassin emerging from stealth, dagger raised to strike her blind spot. But Jenna doesn't even flinch. Gacha Ch appears behind of the assassin, her eyes glow with a golden, predatory intensity as she glances over her shoulder. She asks the assassin simply, "What are you doing?" The assassin gasps, letting out a terrified squeak as he realizes he walked into a trap. Gacha Ch unleashes a point-blank attack, blasting the assassin away. As the dust settles and her enemies scramble, Jenna sighs, wondering if it is really okay for their fight to be this easy. Aislan thinks that he can't get close to the beastman, and Eddies keeps ambushing me whenever she sees an opening. He shouts in pain to stop. His eyes widened, and in terror he asks Jenna to stop shooting, but with this team match ends. A notification pops up showing the result. Back in the locker room, Han stands suited up in his black tactical gear lined with glowing blue neon. A message window from Jenna that they just won the team battle too. In the background, other contestants whisper in fear as Han passes by. They curse under their breath, recognizing him as the rabid dog. Han ignores the murmurs, telling his team good work and that he will see them in a bit. A system screen announces the Battle Royale qualifiers. A special field has been created for the event, featuring 3 key rules. First, players start with 0 equipment. Second, they must obtain hidden items and equipment to defeat enemies. Third, the field will shrink at regular intervals and supplies will be dropped. Only 20 survivors per group will advance to the semi-finals. Han drops into the rocky, forested zone. He finds a supply chest and throws the lid open, hoping for a weapon. He stares blankly at the item inside. It is a frying pan. He grips the handle, his expression deadpan, cursing that he got trash again. Han spots another contestant nearby, a man wearing a white headband. The man freezes. He realizes who he is looking at. Panic washes over his face. He quickly turns his head, whistling innocently, and tries to walk away as if he didn't see anything. Han calls out, "Hey, you." The man keeps walking. Han persists, his voice dropping an octave. "We made eye contact." The man sweats profusely, terror seizing him. Han's eyes glow ominously blue as he asks why the man is pretending not to see him. Han analyzes the man's thought process instantly. Players get points for kills, so there is no way Han is letting him go just because he is acting like he is blind. He knows the man is trying to avoid fighting early to camp for the late game, a strategy Han is about to dismantle. Shortly after, the gate to the qualifier opens. Han walks out, bathed in light, while the other contestants waiting in the lobby stare in horror. They whisper that the rabid dog killed nearly 40 people by himself. The results screen confirms the slaughter, 38 kills. Han has earned 3,400 points for the kills alone, plus the main tournament reward of 1,000 gems. A bonus notification adds another 30% to his point total. Han reviews the schedule. The Battle Royale leads straight into the semi-finals. He realizes that while he is busy racking up points through combat, the other options are inefficient. He looks at a list of minigames played by Master. Unfair race, find the goblin, raise a water dragon, and mine ore, the reward for winning the race is only 1,000 points, with 0 for everyone else. As expected, the only way to truly win is to dominate the matches and earn points through kills. Later that night, the scene moves to a modern hotel room. Jenna is lounging on a sofa, munching on a potato chip. She casually greets Han as he walks in. Han asks everyone why are they all gathered here. She mentions that his match was broadcast on the box called TV, so the team watched it out of boredom. On the screen, a chibi-style replay shows Han brutally beating enemies with a frying pan. Velkist laughs, saying he loves how he is as cold-blooded as usual. Han looks at the screen, annoyed. He claims he held back when he hit them. Jenna, wearing a t-shirt with the tournament logo. Han asks how the main tournament felt. Jenna shrugs it off, saying it ended quickly without anything special. She mentions she did some shopping and joined minigames to grind more points. He asks about the party match. Han thinks that she didn't feel anything, even when fighting an opponent ranked in the top 300. He then asks about the Party 5. Jenna notes that Party 5 should be done soon too, as they haven't returned to the hotel yet. He comments on the rumors that the top 128 party match received an enormous cheer from the crowd. The perspective shifts briefly to the stadium, where the crowd roars. Han narrates that the crowd is mostly just the idiots who got eliminated in the qualifiers, and are stuck here waiting for the unfair race to pick them up. Still, he admits that Party 2's combat power must have been something they had never seen before to warrant such a reaction. The scoreboard confirms another victory for Townia against the Hirapes Guild, with all members surviving. The scene cuts to a dimly lit bar filled with imposing figures. The leader of the Liberty Guild, ranked 11th, sits with his subordinates. One of them, a man with strange markings on his face, deciphers the underlying message of Townia's performance. He realizes that this display of power isn't just about winning, it is a recruitment pitch. Party 5 leader asks if the message is for them to defect to Townia's side. Fiesta, Day 4. The sun shines brightly over the futuristic towers of Dimension City. The camera pans down to the arena for the top 64 pair battle. The matchmaking screen shows the disparity. The 16th ranked guild, Elibiger versus the 2,485,000 4th rank, Townia. In the arena, a massive vortex of blue water swirls violently. A mage wielding a staff adorned with a beast skull laughs maniacally. He mocks Du of Townia, asking if they really thought they could climb this far with skills like that. He questions their strategy of increasing the distance against a mage. Anand, sword and shield in hand, braces against the crushing pressure of the water magic. The mage, wearing a red bandana over his eyes, shouts that there is nowhere for them to escape, as the water crashes down. Mage realizes his attention keeps getting forcibly pulled toward the Banik. But there is something else. He spots an enemy archer in dark armor moving in the distance. The thief's presence is unnaturally faint. Mage notes that even though the enemy is right in front of him, it feels like looking at an inanimate object. He realizes the terrifying nature of this passive ability. If he so much as glances away, he will forget the thief even exists. If he lets his guard down for a split second, Banik will strike his blind spot immediately. He wonders if it is a skill or an innate talent, but realizes the danger is the same. Banik's presence is so overwhelmingly non-existent that it becomes a weapon. The mage shouts that the field is already in their favor. Energy crackles around him as he prepares a massive spell. He declares that he will shatter the prejudice that mages and magic engineers are disadvantaged in matches. A swirling portal of purple and green energy opens in the sky above the arena. Anand and Banik look up, eyes wide with shock. The mage screams that no one who has seen this sorcery has ever survived. He casts his ultimate spell, Legion of the Deep Sea. From the portal and the surging waves, monstrosities emerge. Hideous, fish-like humanoids with gaping maws and tridents pour out of the rift. Anand and Banik remembers the floor 35. These monsters screech, "Human, human," as they swarm down toward the arena floor. Amidst the chaotic torrent of water and monsters, a brief, horrifying vision flashes, a bloodied, battered Lillian. The chapter ends with the Deep Sea Legion crashing down upon Anand, threatening to ravage everything in their path. The scene opens amidst chaos. A dark-haired mage stands firm, energy crackling around him in vibrant blue and violet arcs. He chants with intense focus, declaring that right here and right now, his enemies will face the wrath of the Legion of the Deep Sea. The air warps as a massive dimensional rift tears open above him. From the swirling vortex, a massive column of water crashes down, instantly flooding the metallic corridor of the arena. A female teammate, observing the spell, realizes with a start what he has done. She notes that water is pouring directly from the dimension window. With a maniacal grin, the mage declares that there is nothing easier than manipulating water, vowing to create a prison out of the rushing currents. He manipulates the flow with sweeping gestures, directing the flood. The female teammate is impressed, acknowledging that he successfully managed to open a window connecting directly to the lobby. She hadn't thought it possible given the distance of their current sector. However, a look of concern crosses her face. She recalls that they were supposed to save this specific skill for later, worried that the observers might devise a counter-strategy if they revealed it too early. The mage, looking exhausted and sweating profusely, counters that they were too distracted by the enemy warrior. If they had wasted any more time, they would have lost. He reveals a critical limitation. He can only use this skill once. It isn't a summoning spell in the traditional sense, but a literal window connecting the pool in their lobby to this battlefield. The scene shifts to an image of their headquarters, a high-level training facility designed to capture and keep monsters from the tower. In a large swimming pool within that facility, monstrous aquatic creatures swim ominously. The mage explains his gambit. If he opens the window, he can flush the monsters from the swimming pool directly onto their enemies. His plan is to let these aquatic beasts eliminate their opponents so they can advance to the next round. As the water level rises, armored fishmen with tridents swim aggressively through the submerged corridor. Caught in the sudden deluge, Anand loses his footing and sinks into the depths. As he drifts downward, bubbles escaping his lips, his consciousness begins to fade, pulling him into a dark memory. The narrative transitions into a flashback. A younger Anand sits at a wooden table in a rustic home, speaking to a muscular man with a scar on his face. Older man asks Anand if he has gotten used to this place yet. Anand, smiling gently, replies that his work is nice. A young girl peeks in from a doorway, asking Anand if he likes her sister. Another memory reveals Anand asking if mercenaries earn a lot of money. The peaceful memory shatters abruptly. The sky turns a blood-red hue. Anand stands frozen in a field, clutching a small sword, trembling as he watches a brutal confrontation. The muscular mercenary, now covered in blood, kneels before a hulking bandit wielding a massive executioner's axe. With his last breath, he screams for the boy to run. The bandit swings the axe and the mercenary is cut down. In the aftermath, Anand cries uncontrollably, clutching the mercenary's shirt, lamenting that despite the man's strength, he couldn't be saved. Anand hates his own powerlessness, realizing he couldn't use anything he had learned to change the outcome. Back in the present, suspended in the cold water of the arena, Anand's eyes are wide with that same paralyzed fear. He admits to himself that he is too afraid to even look at the bandits properly. The trauma of the past overlaps with the danger of the present. But then a different voice cuts through his panic, a lesson he received. The voice instructs him that observing the enemy is paramount. He must note how many there are, what weapons they use, and how they wield them. The voice warns him strictly. If he misses even one detail, he might fail to protect those he loves. Suddenly, a vision of a girl in a maid outfit and a woman with a braid appears in his mind, smiling under a blue sky. The stakes become clear. A notification window shatters his trance. Lilani has returned to the goddess embrace. Her fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. His teammate has fallen. A fierce, predatory grin spreads across Anand's face as he grips his sword. He resolves that they will not die here. Above the water, the mage compresses the flood into a massive, swirling sphere of hydro energy, crushing the aquatic monsters within it. Anand cut the water ball in half. Both mages were in shock to see this. Anand and Banik emerge from the dissipating water, soaking wet but alive. Mage fall on the ground as a fish head approaches his feet. He mutters he can't believe it. With a look of utter disdain, Banik knocks an arrow, muttering that they hate fish. The scene shifts to the results screen. The match is over. The top 64 pair battle concludes with a shocking result. The 16th ranked team, Ilibiger, has suffered a defeat. The victors are the Taunia team, ranked an abysmal 2,485,004th. They are awarded 200 gems and a total of 1,700 points. In the viewing area, Eddie's watches the two victors walk down a hallway, water still dripping from their armor. She smiles warmly, noting that both of them grew up so well. Anand smiles sheepishly as the woman pats his head, telling her that it is all because of what she taught them. The narrative moves to the next stage, the Battle Royale semi-finals. An aerial view shows a futuristic, ruined city sector. Isel with glasses is screaming in frustration. She demands to know who complained about the game not being fun, furious that she put her blood, sweat, and tears into designing it. She flies over to a worker with flaming hair and shakes him violently, accusing him of sabotaging the entertainment value out of jealousy. Han watches the outburst with a bored expression. He observes that it really is no fun. Everyone is trying to save themselves, causing the game to drag on too long for a stream. He notes that the current strategy is for everyone to camp in a secure base and ignore other heroes even if they cross paths. The logic is simple: fighting risks death and a loss. As a result, there have been no fights for over a day. However, he decides there are exceptions to every rule, exceptions like him. Rumors begin to spread among the hiding players. They whisper about a rabid dog. They say he goes crazy when he sees blood, chasing down anyone who runs and killing them all. Han, the subject of these rumors, stalks through a dark corridor. He is annoyed by the nickname. He wonders why other people get cool titles like the Second Coming of the Sword Demon, while he gets stuck with Rabid Dog. He vows not to forget the faces of those who named him that. Ahead of him, a group of 3 players discusses the threat. A man with a mohawk warns that the Rabid Dog is strong and they should work together. Han sighs, scratching his head, thinking about how annoying this is and wondering why things turned out this way. Suddenly, Isel appears before him in a locker room setting. She points an accusatory finger, recognizing him. She mentions that everyone was talking about how fun the game he was previously in turned out to be. She says people have high expectations of him and hopes he will perform well here too. Leaning in with a sinister grin, Han asks if she wants to make this game fun. He makes a cold proposition: if he kills more than half the people playing this game, does he get a bonus? Isel's eyes light up with glee. She throws her arms open, shouting, "Oh ho ho, amazing, great." She promises that if he kills half the people on his own, she will double his bonus points. Han smirks, his eyes shadowed, and simply says, "Nice." A blue swirling portal opens. Han steps through. As soon he appears, another participant also appears near the spot. Han notices him. Another participant flinches as soon he saw Han there. Han looked at him. His eyes shining white announces what a nice start. A stream interface appears, showing a broadcast titled "A Psychopath in the Battle Royale." With over 1,000 viewers watching, the scene cuts to a desolate cityscape of crumbling skyscrapers. Suddenly, a figure crashes down from the sky like a meteor, smashing into a building and causing a massive explosion of debris and fire. Inside the dust cloud, the group of players from earlier is terrified. One stammers, realizing the rabid dog has found them. Han lunges out of the smoke, moving with blinding speed. He isn't wielding a sword or a spear. In his hand is a heavy black frying pan. With a brutal clang, he smashes the pan into the face of a female player, sending blood spraying. He stands over the bodies in a wrecked room, looking at a notification: 3 kill, plus 15 PT. He thinks to himself that he wasn't expecting a mage among them. Viewers in the chat comment on the psychopath's efficiency. A system warning flashes red. Danger! The field will shrink in 3 minutes, make it to the safe zone. Han, face shadowed and eyes glowing blue, smoke comes out of his mouth. He decides it's time to move on. He narrates the rules of this battle royale. It is supposed to take 20 hours. Supplies and equipment drop at regular intervals, and hidden items are scattered throughout the map. The field randomly shrinks 10 times, and touching the barrier results in immediate death. The most critical items are the chests. Bronze chests contain basic potions and E to D rank equipment. Silver chests hold intermediate potions, C to B rank equipment, magic spell stones, and defense setups. But the gold chests, limited to only 10, contain exclusive equipment. The narration explains that the reason everyone avoids combat and looks for chests in the beginning is that finding a gold chest grants a massive upper hand. In a warehouse area, a menacing player with red spiky hair and black armor sits on a gold chest like a throne. He is identified as the 21st ranked Skullcrusher, Macramda. He is surrounded by subordinates. He informs them that there are 2 gold chests remaining and demands his slaves look harder. He warns them not to even think about running off with a chest, promising to give the contents to whoever finds one first. In the bushes nearby, a scout with light brown hair spots a golden glow. He realizes he has found it. He thinks about the potential power he could wield if he claims it, but then remembers the threat of traitors. He hesitates but reaches for the chest. From a distant building, Macramda watches through the scope of the crumbling urban jungle. He raises a hand, and a jagged bolt of red energy shoots across the map. It strikes the scout with unerring precision just as he touches the gold chest. The impact is devastating, blasting the scout away in a burst of blood and light. Back at the warehouse, Macramdo is furious. He bellows that anyone who steals will be killed on the spot. But then he notices the explosion. He turns to see a figure emerging from the settling dust near the newly discovered chest. The protagonist walks out of the debris, laughing menacingly. Macramdo is confused, asking who he is. Han is holding two items. In one hand, a sturdy frying pan, rank D, described as defense equipment sturdier than it looks. In the other, a rusted metal pipe, rank E+, with a warning not to use it for unintended purposes. The protagonist strikes a pose, wielding the trash-tier weapons with supreme confidence. Blue electricity crackles from his eye. He mocks Macramdo, noting that he has a lot of chests. Macramdo, veins bulging in his neck, glares at the intruder. He asks if the guy is broke. He raises his own arm, revealing a terrifying piece of technology. It is a massive mechanical cannon attached to his arm, shaped like a bird of prey. The item description appears, Veðurfurlnir. It is rank S, an immortal-grade weapon. It fires mana bullets that autolock onto enemies and prevents wind resistance. The preliminary rounds of the tournament reach a fever pitch as a lethal red light floods the battlefield, forcing the competitors to scramble for cover. A powerful archer with spiked red hair and a dark cloak unleashes a devastating volley from a bizarre, bird-headed weapon. The projectile isn't just a standard shot. It manifests as a thick, pulsating beam of crimson energy that streaks across the arena with terrifying speed. Han, dressed in his sleek black and white suit, barely manages to evade the initial blast, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the sheer scale of the attack. The energy collides with the ground, sending dust and debris flying as the archer continues to scream in a frenzy, firing shot after shot. Projectiles exhibit an impossible behavior, curving midair at ridiculous angles to seek out their targets. Han watches as the red streaks of light bend and twist, defying the laws of physics. He quickly identifies the threat, noting that this is the same type of monster as the demon's marksman that his team previously encountered on the 40th floor. He remembers the struggle of that floor, recalling that it took the combined efforts of Jenna and Keishio to finally subdue that particular marksman. This opponent, however, appears to be a hero utilizing specialized equipment rather than a natural monster. Han observes the archer's movements, noting a total lack of close-range attacks. He concludes that the man is a pure archer who has slotted in an engraving to boost his movement speed and reflexes, allowing him to maintain distance. Han realizes that the bird-headed weapon isn't the archer's personal gear, but rather S-rank equipment borrowed from an armory specifically for this event. This miraculous grade of equipment is capable of raising a hero's potential by dozens of levels just by being worn, creating an overwhelming gap in skill that goes beyond ordinary statistics. Despite the massive power difference, Han isn't intimidated. He lunges forward, closing the distance with incredible speed. He swings an iron pipe with brutal force, aiming directly for the archer's head. The impact is heavy, but a sudden flash of red light stops the blow midair. A hexagonal, honeycomb-patterned barrier erupts around the archer, protecting him from the strike. The archer laughs maniacally, revealing a glowing red accessory on his wrist. A system window identifies the item as the Guardian Bracelet, a rank A perfect artifact. The description states that it protects the wearer from physical attacks within a certain limit, providing significant physical resistance. The brand is listed as Macramdo, one of the famous treasures associated with the archer's faction. The man mocks Han, telling him to go ahead and bash away all day, confident that Han won't be able to leave even a single scratch on the shield. Han remains silent, his expression cold and focused. He doesn't back down, instead he raises his other weapon, a simple, blackened frying pan. Han begins a relentless assault, striking the red barrier over and over again. He reasons that no matter how sturdy the armor is, if he keeps striking it, it will eventually break. The archer's confidence begins to waver as the rhythmic clanging of metal against the shield fills the air. Han's eyes glow with a piercing blue light as he puts his full strength into every swing. He declares that if the barrier doesn't break in one hit, he will simply hit it hundreds of times until it does. The archer's mockery turns into a desperate plea for Han to stop, his face contorting in terror as cracks begin to spiderweb across the glowing red hexagons. With a final, explosive blow, the barrier shatters into 1,000 shimmering shards. The force of the impact sends the archer flying backward, his mouth agape in a silent scream of disbelief. The screen transitions to a victory notification, announcing that Han has achieved 51 kills and earned a total of 4,700 points. Further bonuses are tallied, including 10,000 points and 2,000 gems for the main tournament reward, plus a special 30% Fiesta package bonus. The final total for this round sits at a massive 15,400 points. In the viewer comments section, the audience is in an uproar, calling Han a psych and marveling at the fact that he defeated high-ranking heroes using nothing but a frying pan and an iron pipe. As the matches conclude, Han is approached by a tall woman with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, wearing ornate silver and blue armor. She introduces herself as Sadin and compliments Han on his impressive performance, noting that he put on a slaughter show with junk items. Han remains wary, especially when he sees two other figures standing behind her, a tall, masked man with long dreadlocks and twin swords, and a shorter woman with short blonde hair wearing a red tunic. Sadin reveals her objective immediately. She wants Han to join her party for the finals tomorrow. She explains that the finals will consist of 100 participants, including masters who placed in the top 10 and heroes who have climbed past the 60th floor. She warns Han that if he tries to operate alone, his survival rate will be incredibly low, especially since he is now a person of interest that other parties will likely target. Han analyzes her party, noting that Sadin is a knight while the other two are thieves skilled in scouting and tracking. He realizes that combat is mandatory in the upcoming round, which is why they are so desperate to recruit a powerhouse like him. Sadin even offers to have her master move Han out of his current, outdated, lobby and into theirs if he performs well. Han considers the offer, thinking to himself that Sadin talks far too much, but he eventually nods and agrees to the partnership to eliminate any unexpected situations. Sadin smiles, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She tells Han to meet her at room 2101 at the Red Cliff Hotel tonight for a simple strategy meeting. She leaves him with a warning, telling him he better honor the contract if he doesn't want to suffer the consequences of betrayal. After she departs, the scene shifts to a different room where the defeated red-haired archer is kneeling before a large, intimidating man smoking a cigar. The large man, referred to as the Big Boss, listens as the archer begs for strength to overcome his humiliation. The boss looks down with a dark expression, promising to pay back the debt to their corpses. Back at the hotel, Han is shown taking a shower, reflecting on his current resources. He has 4,880 gems and 10,400 points, which he plans to spend on an S-rank item gacha ticket or high-rank hero summons. He also intends to upgrade his facilities and engrave decent abilities onto his 4-star heroes. Suddenly, there is a knock at his door. A hotel staff member in a red uniform claims to have room service, though Han notes he didn't order anything. The staff member insists the records show an order for room 2205. As soon as Han opens the door and tells him to bring it in, the waiter pulls a weapon from the tray. However, Han is already prepared. He isn't alone. His own party members are stationed in the room, having anticipated an ambush. They quickly neutralize the threat, with Han noting that being in the same hotel as his enemies makes things very convenient for a counter-raid. The scene shifts back to room 2101, where Sadin and her two companions are waiting for Han to arrive for the strategy meeting. They discuss the upcoming 20-hour battle royale, noting that they will be running into skilled opponents repeatedly. Sadin mentions that without an alliance, it's impossible to stand against the top rankers. The door to their room is breached. Han and his team enter, having already dealt with the assassins sent after them. Han holds up a newly acquired weapon, a shimmering A-rank mithril one-handed sword that belonged to one of his attackers. He remarks that it might be a good time to start using another sword, as he has been looking to switch from his sword and shield technique. One of his teammates, the red-headed Jenna, playfully asks if she can take a specific item as well. She holds up the bird-headed weapon that the red-haired archer used earlier. A system window reveals the item's true name, Vedafalnir, a rank S immortal weapon known as the one who makes the wind wither. It possesses max-level aim assist and trajectory correction, allowing its magic bullets to automatically track targets. The chapter ends with the defeated archer staring in absolute horror as his most prized, borrowed treasure is casually held by his enemies, signaling that the balance of power in the finals has completely shifted. The scene opens with a look of pure disbelief on a man's face as he stares at a bizarre new acquisition. With his hair tied back and sweat beading on his brow, he asks if Han is truly serious about what they are looking at. Beside him, Jenna, The red-headed archer holds a massive, intricately detailed weapon that resembles the head of a predatory bird. Its eyes glow with an eerie light, and its beak is opened wide to house the mechanism of a bow. Despite its power, Jenna admits that the design is a bit obnoxious, though she quickly adds that it is perfect for her. This is no ordinary piece of gear. It is an S-rank weapon. Han watches her handle it, thinking about the massive advantage it offers to Taunia. If she takes this weapon, it would be a jackpot for their lobby. He analyzes the bird-headed bow, noting that it features aim assist and trajectory correction. It appears to be a lower-ranked version of a weapon known as Sidewind, but it possesses incredible synergy with Jenna's powerful bow skills. When paired with her chaining ability, this weapon would practically give her wings, allowing her to fire countless arrows with such precision that it would look like thousands of ballistas firing from the heavens. However, Han's expression remains stoic and cautious. He looks at the weapon and declares that they must give it up because it is a trap. He knows that taking such a high-tier item from their current opponents would be a grave mistake, as they have no way of knowing what the original owners might do in retaliation. He explains that Master Skullcrusher, the player behind this provocation, is known as the best PvP user on the server and is famous for refusing to join any guild. System windows reveal that this player, Macramda, holds the 21st rank. Han muses that even dog fights need a reason, and a player kill without a valid cause might lead to an attack by the Union. While taking a mass-produced A-rank item could be considered self-defense since the enemies tried to assassinate them first, an S-rank item changes everything. Han believes it would be a different story if they were part of Niflheimer, but nothing good will come out of Taunia doing something like this to a high-ranking player. Han confronts the men who brought the weapon, assuming they gave these losers an S-rank weapon specifically to start a PvP fight in the first place. One of the men, looking intimidated, acknowledges that Han is wise. He admits they started the fight, but warns that a retaliation crossing the line would have brought their submaster or even their godmothers down upon Taunia. A vivid image appears of two powerful, regal women, one sitting confidently in a white suit with a fur collar, and another standing behind her holding a long, ornate spear. The man claims that if they had been enraged, they would have set the Taunia lobby on fire. Han dismisses the threat with a simple retort and hits the man over the head, telling him to take something else instead. He hands over a different item, a polished silver circlet. A system window identifies the new item as the Bracelet of Protection, an A-rank piece of equipment with the perfect tag. It protects the user from a certain amount of physical damage and provides A- physical resistance. Interestingly, the item bears the brand of Macramda. Han notes that this will help Jenna with close-range combat, allowing her to potentially pick an archer-related second class instead of being forced into the bandit class for survival. Jenna is overjoyed, raising the bracelet with a happy cheer. Han then turns his cold gaze back to the would-be assassins, stating he doesn't assume they were the only ones the men tried to eliminate. With a dark, intimidating aura and glowing blue eyes, Han looms over them, demanding to know if they have a list of the other lobbies. The narrative shifts to the 5th day of the fiesta, where the AM games have reached the duels round of 32. In a massive, futuristic stadium, the competition is fierce, but Han notes that the games have become so one-sided that it hardly mattered whether he had information on the other lobbies or not. On the battlefield, Taunia's heroes are dominant. A pink-haired hero and a black-haired warrior are shown in the heat of battle, their movements a blur of lethal grace as they decimate their opponents. The system announces that Taunia wins and will advance to the round of 16. Han observes that heroes usually struggle when there is a level difference of more than 10, but his 3 heroes are completely fine, likely due to their superior skills. Meanwhile, Velkist is shown practicing dual-wielding with a new sword. His purple hair whips around as he swings his blades with intense focus. Han suspects that Velkist's sudden interest in dual-wielding is due to the influence of the sword demon. Based on the intensity of his practice, Han believes Velkist should be able to unlock intermediate dual-wielding arts very soon. The results speak for themselves as Velkist stands over a fallen opponent, his victory confirmed as he moves on to the round of 16. A summary screen shows Taunia, ranked over 2 million, defeating the 85th ranked Viamen Association. They achieved a quick victory with a high audience response, and all members survived, earning them a total of 2,300 points and 300 gems. Velkist maintains his vigil, watching with an intense, calculated focus as Eren persists in the heat of his solo engagement, the spearman's every strike proving that he is determined to endure the grueling flow of battle. A voice suggests that those who cannot step forward but also refuse to step back will become resentful spirits, trapped in the flow of time. The scene shifts to a dark, desolate training ground where Eren, the blonde spearman, is being questioned about his time in the lobby. His mentor assumes he spent less than a year there, but Eren reveals he has spent much more time than that. He asks if the real him is the one in Townia or the one standing there now. The mentor warns that he could stay like this forever. His eyes are sharp as he declares he is leaving because there is nothing more for him to learn. Despite having spent more than 50 years in this isolated training space, Eren's friend realizes that training without real experience is nothing. He needs to leave in order to grow further. His mentor watches him go, acknowledging that he overcame the obstacles to his improvement in just a month. Though the mentor once thought he would only ever be a top 100 player regardless of his training, he admits he doesn't know anymore. He might get even better, as that is how geniuses operate. They simply become stronger in strange, unpredictable ways. The red-haired man glanced back at Eren, his gaze lingering as he declared that he would be waiting for the spearman on the outside. Back in the present, Eren stands victorious in his solo battle, breathing heavily as he leans on his spear. The system confirms his advancement to the round of 16. Velkist approaches the exhausted spearman, telling him to get up. He warns Eren that if he stays on the ground, he will lose his spot, as Townia won't give him even a moment to catch his breath. At dawn on the 6th day of the fiesta, the Battle Royale finals begin. The city is lit by colorful flares and explosions as the final 100 heroes are introduced. Han is dressed in a sleek black tactical suit with white glowing lines, standing alongside Sadin in a matching outfit. She complains that he joined their party in the end despite playing hard to get, and she expresses her frustration at having waited so many hours for him. She insists that while she handles the strategy, he should at least stay within her predicted range. Han, looking annoyed and exhausted by her talking, thinks to himself that she still speaks way too much. The announcer, Isel, energetically shouts to the crowd that the final battle is about to begin. The popularity of the Battle Royale is rising by the day, and the audience is eager to be entertained. The scene shifts to the interior of a dark forest where a massive, glowing gold treasure chest sits on the rocky ground. A group of heroes stumbles upon it, shouting that they found it first and telling others to go away. One man in the group with red hair and a sword is suddenly startled by a dark figure emerging from the shadows. It is Han, his presence so menacing that the man's companion, a woman with glasses, feels a chill of familiarity despite the darkness. Han doesn't hesitate. He moves with blinding speed, striking the red-haired man across the face with the pipe. The woman screams for everyone to wait, but it's too late. Han picks up the sword. Han stands over the defeated party, his eyes glowing blue in the dark. He coldly demands that they give him everything they picked up. A system window displays Han's card, showing him as a 4-star hero from the Townia lobby. The terrified survivors recognize him, calling him a rabid dog and urging each other to run. One man tries to argue that they outnumber him and should fight for the chest, but he is silenced by the sight of Han's overwhelming power. The blonde woman from Han's party appears, revealed to be Paisel, a 4-star hero. She and another ally, Grom, move to intercept the fleeing enemies. Another hero, Sadin, joins the fray, her blade striking true. The enemies are from various lobbies, including Orbis and Lacaria, but they are no match for Han's coordinated strike. As the dust settles, Sadin stands over the fallen, asking Han how their performance was, noting they were also pretty good. Han remains focused on the objective, asking who is going to open the chest. Sadin claims the honor, stating that since she found it and planned the attack, she will open it. She disparages the other hero's equipment as cheap, suggesting it only makes sense to summon her own gear. The chest bursts open with a brilliant light, and Sadin emerges clad in magnificent silver armor, wielding a glowing blade. A system window identifies the weapon as Luminar Silver, an S-rank immortal artifact made by an artisan who researched elemental magic. It flashes with light and deals divine element damage. Feeling empowered, Sadin tries to recruit Han, promising that if he moves to her lobby, they will give him a rank equipment, extending the offer to the rest of his team as well. Han simply replies that he will think about it, while privately wondering what she would do if that precious gear were to be stolen. He notes that the barrier is closing in and it's time to move. Han observes that there are many more groups operating in parties now. He admits to himself that he has become too famous, which he finds annoying. They need to work together to survive the final stretch. Sadin, her eyes glowing with a blue light similar to Han's, states that she watched all the semi-final matches and has identified 9 heroes they need to be wary of. The scene flashes through several intimidating competitors. A feline-like warrior hidden in the bushes, a man with a bandaged face and glowing green eyes, and a woman with purple eyes and a sinister smile. They are clearly different from the opponents they have faced so far. If Gacha Ch, who is close to being a 5-star hero, many others are at the peak of 4-star power. This is the final stage to decide the winner. Han unsheathes his sword, his resolve hardening as he declares that he will take the win. The system reveals that out of the initial 100, there are 93 survivors remaining, with 7 already dead. A glowing system window flashes before the participants, outlining the strict parameters of the newly created special event field. Everyone is forced to start with 0 equipment. To survive, they must obtain hidden items and gear scattered across the terrain to defeat their enemies. Furthermore, the field will shrink at regular time intervals, concentrating the fighters together while fresh supplies are dropped from above. The ultimate goal is simple yet daunting: outlast everyone else, as only one person will be crowned the winner. Under the canopy of a starlit, mountainous forest, the chaos begins immediately. A massive, wild-haired warrior steps into a clearing, shouting into the darkness. He boasts that there has never been a single warrior in Lugia stronger than him, taunting the others for hiding like cowards and challenging them to come out and show off their skills. A man with a mohawk steps from the shadows, grinning as he mocks the large warrior, claiming he doesn't know what he is doing because he is from the countryside, telling the newcomer to stop yapping and just come at him. Annoyed that his opponents seem to only gauge skill through direct combat, the large man points a single finger forward, declaring he will defeat them with just that one digit. Before the challenge can even register, a blur of motion strikes. The wild-haired warrior is instantly beheaded. The Mohawk man reels back in terror, stuttering that the unseen attacker is from Niflheimer, but his words are cut short as he too is instantly sliced down in a spray of blood. Watching this rapid, brutal display from a short distance away is Han, standing perfectly calm with nothing but a frying pan clutched in his hand. Sadin approaches Han, asking if he plans to fight on his own the whole time. She warns him that he won't be able to do that for much longer, advising him to act while he still can. She noted that the truly unpredictable threats are the rankers. She calls them all monsters, admitting she wouldn't be surprised no matter which one of them wins. Sadin adds that there is someone out there with SS rank equipment, and if that person happens to come across even one gold chest, the match will become incredibly one-sided. Emphasizing the need to be flexible with their strategy depending on how the situation plays out, she tells Han to leave it to her. She assures him that as long as he follows orders, even an entry-level 4-star like him can be of use. Han simply agrees, stating he thinks that would make a good base. Meanwhile, the system updates the grim reality of the event. The goal is to survive until there is only one person remaining. Out of 100 initial survivors, 17 are already dead. High above the forest floor, bathed in the light of a full moon, a rabbit-eared girl named Murphy observes the battlefield. As she descends, she notes that there won't be multiple survivors this time, and the round will continue until just one person remains. Murphy sees that everyone is forming parties. She wonders if she should be more careful if she is going to stay alone, but decides her best course of action is to find a chest first, knowing that even groups will inevitably fight over the loot. Trusting in her high mobility, she leaps gracefully through the branches. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoes through the dark, asking where she is off to in such a hurry. Murphy turns in shock as a dark, purple aura flares to life behind her. The voice tells her there is no need to rush. Murphy attempts to flee, bounding away, but a man with a blindfold, Baldos, steps into her path, swinging a massive dark sword. Murphy dodges the sweeping blade, flipping through the air to launch a rapid counterattack. She unleashes a flurry of glowing strikes, but Baldos easily catches her fists with a single hand. Panic sets in as Murphy wonders how he could stop her attack so effortlessly. She tries to pull away, only to find her leg bound by thick, purple magical energy. Realizing he is a magic swordsman, she is terrified to find the restraining spell unimaginably strong. Baldos strikes without hesitation, cutting Murphy down. She collapses to the ground, heavily wounded and bleeding onto the stone. A woman with long gray hair approaches the scene. Smiles, stating that the rabbit girl would make a good offering. When Baldos asks what she plans to do with her, Ijur explains that these are sacrifices for the demon god, who will reward him with miracles in return. Ijur kneels beside Murphy, her hands glowing with dark magic. The purple energy violently surges into Murphy's broken body. Ijur watches in awe, calling it a beautiful miracle, as Murphy physically mutates into a hulking, corrupted beast with a terrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth splitting its back. Ijur turns to Baldos, asking if he agrees with the beauty of the creation. Baldos turns away coldly, stating he doesn't care and that they should keep moving. Ijur questions his devotion, asking if he is truly a dark paladin who serves the dark. She notes that Baldos is showing no reaction to such a perfect creation. Baldos replies plainly that he does not serve the dark. He is simply disappointed in the disgusting truth of the order. Ijur commends his choice, noting he has finally realized that neither the goddesses nor his master will save her. High in the branches above, a translucent, stitched-together spirit projection watches them. The projection is bewildered, wondering how a 4-star could perform a strange sorcery like corruption, noting that Baldos and Ijur will be important players. Elsewhere in the dark woods, a lizard-like warrior named Jarka swings a chained weapon. He commands a group of shadow beasts, the 85th-ranked Solidarity Association members known as Viamen. He orders the feline creatures to scatter and send a signal as soon as they find a chest or supplies. The small beasts vanish seamlessly into the shadows. Miles away in a ruined, concrete sector of the battlefield, a young boy named Ain runs for his life, crying out for help. He is chased by a man wielding a large blade, the 45th-ranked Hibira. Hibira laughs, praising the boy's running skills and questioning how a weak kid made it to the finals. Cornering Ain against a shattered wall, Hibira demands the boy hand over his potions, mocking him by saying he shouldn't be scared since he will resurrect real fast even if he dies. Ain stares back, his eyes wide and glowing red with terror. Hibira steps closer, promising to make his death painless if he behaves. Suddenly, a sickening impact rings out. Hibira is violently impaled by massive, dark spikes that erupt from the shadows. As the man bleeds out, dangling from the lethal claws, he weakly begs to be spared, asking why this is happening. Observing this from a high vantage point, the 5th-ranked warrior of Niflheimer, Kylam, watches Ain through the sniper scope of his bow. Recognizing the sheer danger hiding beneath the boy's exterior, Kylam mutters about what kind of monster he is looking at, deciding it is best to avoid him entirely. Shifting his aim to another sector, Kylam spots a glowing gold chest resting on a rock in an open clearing. He correctly assumes someone will find it soon. Moments later, a warrior named Barian cautiously approaches the chest, looking around. Kylam tightens his grip on his bow, knowing that if he shoots now, he has a guaranteed hit. However, he holds his fire, spotting a monstrous man emerging from the trees on the opposite side. The newcomer, Bruters, is confronted by a knight clad in bright golden armor. The knight draws his blade, boldly assuming Bruters doesn't want to fight a fully equipped opponent. Bruters bursts into laughter, asking if the knight's courage comes purely from his weapons and armor. Calling it a weak mindset, Bruters catches the knight's sword swing with his bare hand, shattering the heavy metal to pieces in his palm. The knight is paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend that his blade couldn't pierce the man's skin. Glowing with an intense green aura, Bruters demands to know how the knight plans to be a hero and save a fallen world when he is so incredibly weak. With a devastating punch, Bruters crushes the knight's helmet, sending him crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Standing victorious over the broken fighter, Bruters roars into the knight, asking if there is no true hero who will step up and fight him. Back at the gold chest, someone stands securely alongside an older man with gray hair, and a scarred-eye older man opens the crate. He finds the S+ rank Great Sage's robe. The Immortal tier item is decorated with the highest tier magic crystals. It drastically helps with mana circulation, increasing mana efficiency by 50%, decreasing overall mana usage by 50%, and boosting the effects of all enchantments by 30%. Equipping the powerful robe, Jono states it will easily allow him to activate his sorcery. His hands glow with a vibrant digital purple light as he tells the men around him not to worry. He promises to awaken the restricted power within all of them. Jonos casts virtual armament, projecting glowing digital armor and weapons onto his allies. He humbly notes that it is not much compared to what other top rankers might have, but it is still not bad. Barian readies his newly formed weapon, announcing that a total of 15 members are present. All members of the Liberty Guild are gathered. Their leader, the 11th ranked Asgard, stares forward from beneath his helm, declaring that it is time for annihilation. The fully armored Liberty Guild begins their synchronized march across the ruined landscape, their sheer numbers and coordination posing a massive threat to the remaining stragglers. As the brutal night continues, the system updates the toll of the qualifiers. Out of the vast number of combatants, 25 are already dead, leaving exactly 75 survivors fighting for the single spot at the top. With Murphy confirmed killed in action, and the battlefield swarming with corrupted beasts, hidden monsters, and organized armies, the struggle for survival has only just begun. On the early morning of Festa Day 6, a massive circular stadium buzzes with the energy of countless spectators. Inside the arena, the crowd roars in anticipation for the party battle round of 16. Spectators lean over the railings, murmuring among themselves about the inevitable outcome. The consensus is clear. The famous rankers from Asgard of the Liberty Guild will take everything, as usual. One confident spectator places a heavy bet of 30,000 gold on Asgard without hesitation. Meanwhile, rumors swirl about their opponents. The crowd points out that the Townians do not even have a guild. Whispers question if they are new rankers, but others quickly correct the misconception. The Townia party members are not even rankers, and their levels do not exceed 50. They are merely 40th floor climbers. Yet, despite the staggering level gap, they have miraculously reached the round of 16 in every single category. Swayed by this unprecedented underdog streak, one lone spectator decides to bet on the Townians. Down on the arena floor, the tension is palpable. The Liberty Guildmaster, ranked 11th overall and leading the Asgard party, stands tall in pristine white and gold armor. With his long blonde hair framing a stern expression, he looks down at his dark-haired opponent and casually remarks that it is a shame his previous proposal was rejected. Javier smirks confidently. He corrects the Guildmaster, stating that he is still thinking about the proposal. However, his smile turns sharp as he notes that for a group of people who arrogantly act like kings, they do not seem any stronger than his own leader. Behind the Asgard Master, a team of heavily armored, cloaked knights glares in silent fury. In response, the dark-haired fighters' comrades, a diverse group of fierce, battle-hardened warriors, ready their weapons. He challenges the guild master to prove he is stronger than his leader, casually adding that he still has a lot to do in this backwater place. Insulted by the blatant disrespect, one of the masked Asgard knights calls the Townian arrogant. The guild master formally announces himself as Altrian Alzil, one of the kings who rule Asgard. His eyes narrow behind his visor as he issues a cold, definitive command to his knights. He orders them to take up their weapons and purge the enemy, explicitly stating that surrender will not be accepted. To ensure total victory, Altrian brutally commands his men to cut their opponents' jaws and hands so they cannot even yield, declaring that there is no need for mercy in war. On his mark, the elite Asgard knights draw their gleaming broadswords and launch themselves forward into the fray. A system interface flashes, officially displaying the matchup between the 11th ranked Asgard and the 2 millionth ranked Townia. The environment instantly shifts to a dense, dark forest illuminated only by the faint glow of the night sky and the explosive flashes of combat. Deep within the trees, a desperate struggle unfolds. An anthropomorphic reptilian assassin wearing a sleek, glowing black and white stealth suit scrambles backward in absolute panic. He curses, bewildered by the monstrous strength of his opponent, realizing that his own attacks are completely ineffective. His pursuer is a heavily muscled warrior with wild dark hair and a thick braided ponytail. The warrior charges forward, his fists enveloped in a volatile, swirling green aura. He punches the air with devastating force, sending a massive shockwave of green energy tearing through the clearing. He calls the assassin tiresome and demands he stop playing childish games and show himself. The reptilian assassin utilizes his incredible agility to narrowly dodge the barrage of emerald energy blades slicing through the air. The braided warrior, crackling with power, mocks the assassin as a coward. He drops into a low stance and powers up, expanding a massive, spherical green barrier of energy that illuminates the entire forest floor. Thinking he is safe, the assassin clings to the trunk of a tall tree, catching his breath. But the warrior's glowing eyes lock onto him. Remarking that he finally found his hiding spot, the braided warrior punches the earth. A colossal, jagged pillar of pure green energy erupts from the ground, obliterating the trees and shattering the landscape. The assassin barely evades the catastrophic blast, sweating profusely at the terrifying display of power. He lands gracefully, and the braided warrior demands he reveal his name. By revealing his name, great hero Brutus, the assassin is momentarily taken aback, laughing as he questions how a born 4-star entity could possibly call himself a great hero. Realizing his blunder, Brutus quickly backtracks. He admits he spoke wrongly, stating that humility is needed on the path of a hero, and corrects his title to one who will eventually become a great hero. Amused by this fierce dedication, the braided warrior smiles. He promises that even though his opponent is an assassin, he will remember the name of one who competes with a hero, and once again asks for his true identity. Assassin's large, slit-pupil eyes narrow with a heavy sorrow. He admits that he has no name to reveal. He explains that in their world, subraces like himself are treated worse than slaves. He was raised solely as a killing machine, forever unable to break his chains. With his resolve hardened, the assassin pushes off the ground with explosive speed. He declares that when it comes to killing, he is first-rate, vowing to separate the warrior's lump of a body from his head. He slashes forward with lethal precision, but the braided warrior effortlessly catches him midair. With a brutal, sweeping motion, the warrior slams assassin directly into the bedrock. Blood splatters wildly as the assassin's arm contorts under the impact. The warrior follows through with another massive green energy strike, cratering the ground. Desperate to survive, assassin shoots poison out of his mouth. Poison directly hits Brutus's neck. Standing in the ruined clearing, the braided warrior touches his neck and pulls away a small, sharp projectile. He looks closely at the spreading purple veins on his skin, realizing he has been poisoned. From his high vantage point, assassin confirms the strike. He gloats that it is a deadly poison capable of making even a massive wyvern foam at the mouth in 1 minute, and guarantees it will not even take 10 seconds to kill someone like him. However, instead of collapsing, the braided warrior's eyes widen with manic excitement. His veins bulge with dark toxicity, but he bursts into a wide, terrifying grin. He laughs aloud, genuinely thrilled by the danger, and shouts that the path of a hero naturally comes with trials. Screaming his acceptance of the challenge, the warrior's aura erupts. His green energy mixes with volatile black tendrils. Assassin watches in absolute horror, calling him a monster. The warrior crashes into the assassin, sending them both plummeting back to the earth in a devastating impact. When the dust settles, assassin lies unconscious and bleeding heavily on the ground, his jaw hanging open in defeat. The braided warrior stands over the broken assassin, his aura dissipating. He looks down with genuine confusion. He looks sideways to see someone is coming. Brutus asked that was that for. From the shadows of the tree line, another figure emerges. A tall archer dressed in a matching black and white stealth suit casually walks into the clearing. He asks the braided warrior what he is doing, pointing out that while the warrior clearly could have handled the assassin alone, fights in this tournament are rarely fair. The archer offers his presence as a sign of goodwill, proposing that they team up. He explains the shifting dynamics of the festa, noting that very few people are moving alone anymore. Some combatants are even gathering as guilds to form massive alliances of dozens of fighters. The braided warrior's eyes light up at the prospect. He laughs heartily, declaring that a massive, chaotic battle sounds incredibly interesting and that he is going to head there right now. Without waiting for a response, he bends his knees and leaps high into the night sky, flying away with tremendous force. The archer is left standing alone in the clearing, sighing in deep exasperation as the warrior's voice echoes from above, excitedly shouting about the smell of steel and iron and his desire to see if a true hero is waiting for him. Left to his own devices, the archer turns his sharp gaze toward the dark woods. He calls out to the unseen figures lurking in the brush, asking if they have any space left in their alliance. He smoothly draws a silver arrow from his quiver, admitting self-deprecatingly that he is a bit of a coward, but he would still like to join the party because he is quite good at shooting. He fires a blinding, rapid volley of glowing blue arrows directly into the thicket. 2 hidden swordsmen leap out, violently deflecting the projectiles. The archer does not flinch. As they charge him, he uses his reinforced bow as a melee weapon, deftly parrying their heavy sword strikes. Han taunts Archer for not being confident enough to fight, then channels his aura through his weapon, unleashing a massive, sweeping crescent of blue energy that blasts the 2 attackers backward. Suddenly, Han lunges into the clearing. He swings his blade down with a vicious grin, shouting that they have no need for cowards. The archer catches the sword strike with the edge of his bow, holds his ground, and executes a swift, spinning kick to the attacker's chest, creating crucial distance. He casually reiterates that despite his cowardly nature, he really is quite good at shooting, and instantly fires a barrage of thick, radiant blue energy beams. Han furiously deflects the beams with his sword, acknowledging the archer's skill. The archer pauses, looking closely at his opponent, and mentions that they have met before. Han denies it, claiming he has never seen the archer in his life. The archer elaborates, stating that among the 7th-class trainees of Niflheimer, he was ranked second among the thieves and third overall. Han shrugs off the trivia, saying it is too bad the archer did not leave a lasting impression. Archer jokingly invites him to come to Niflheimer anyway. At the mention of the name, the Han's expression hardens as he realizes the true identity of the forces moving in the shadows. Far away from the dirt and blood of the forest, high up in a pristine, futuristic spectator box overlooking the arena monitors, Yernith watches the broadcast, Han frustratedly asking if this chaos was her doing and accusing her of causing trouble again. Yernith leans forward, her eyes locked on the screen displaying the frantic battle in the woods. She casually observes that the self-proclaimed hero and the master of Niflheimer are currently fighting. The broadcast cuts back to the forest, showing the archer locked in a fierce, high-speed clash against a blonde-haired opponent, their weapons sparking with intense blue energy. As they violently cross blades, the system interface updates the true nature of the chaotic skirmish. The unranked underdogs of Taunia have survived the initial ambush, but they are no longer just fighting the remnants of Asgard. They have drawn the direct ire of the 5th-ranked Niflheimer Guild. High above a sprawling, neon-lit futuristic cityscape, a massive circular stadium hosts a brutal confrontation. Within the arena, a towering, dark-haired warrior wearing a menacing white mask relentless batters a golden-armored knight. The warrior swings a massive, spiked club with terrifying force, shattering the ground and driving the knight back. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of dark fabric and raw power, easily evading the knight's desperate thrusts. With a devastating strike, he shatters the knight's defenses, sending blood flying as the golden armor crumples. Spectators watch from the dimly lit observation decks in sheer awe. Two men whisper among themselves, noting that if this is Asgard, Altrian definitely the guild master of the Liberty. They state that he is known as the strongest on the server, but they are losing this badly. The dark-haired warrior effortlessly disarms the knight, bringing the one-sided duel to a crushing halt. The narrative then shifts far away from the futuristic arena, delving into the ancient lore of the world of gods, Asgard. This realm was once a magnificent place defined by grand, floating cathedrals and golden pathways stretching into the clouds. However, this divine world was deeply divided into many kingdoms. It was a world full of wars for supremacy between kings, driven by the endless bounds of human greed. Yet the truth was far more sinister. The many monarchies and the humans who bled for them were nothing more than chess pieces for the rulers called gods. The kings eventually realized that these beings were nothing but monsters pretending to be divine. Ultimately, the world was destroyed, leaving behind a barren wasteland of cracked earth and shadowed ruins. Amidst this destruction, the warrior from the arena was summoned as a hero. Granted another chance to build his kingdom again, he entered the tower where the so-called rulers appeared as enemies. Unlike their divided history, the summoned kings formed alliances and climbed the upper floors of the tower while taking revenge on the rulers. Or at least, that is what he heard. Standing alone in a grand, sunlit corridor, he reflects on his fate with bitter frustration, cursing the fact that he was summoned here only now. He believes that if he had been summoned a little earlier, he would have become the greatest king among them. In a magnificent throne room, a golden-haired leader addresses him as Altrian, king of the frontier. The leader appoints Altrian as the commander of the expedition, emphasizing that it is an important mission where he must command even the guild members in other waiting rooms. The leader promises that if the expedition succeeds, he will consider giving Altrian the lord position of the third branch on the first floor. The memory fades, snapping back to the cold reality of the futuristic stadium. Javier, his dark hair flowing freely and a wicked smile on his marked face, stands triumphantly over the defeated Altrian. He stares down at his broken opponent and expresses his hatred for people who calmly make others dirty their hands as if it means nothing. Altrian screams out in pure agony, cursing Javier. Unfazed, Javier steps on the Altrian's arm and asks him not to move. He forcefully pins Altrian's hand and severs a single finger. A small, metal-clad digit falls to the cracked stone, pooling with blood. Javier calmly explains that because the cut is clean, the Ultrian probably doesn't feel pain yet. He warns that if this goes wrong, the knight's jawbone will break. Driving hilt of his sword in Ultrian's mouth, Javier notes that causing pain isn't effective for torture. What truly works in torture is not pain, but fear. Overwhelming fear stimulates the survival instinct. Since they made it to the round of 16, Javier decides it would be boring if it ended quickly, suggesting they enjoy it slowly. As Ultrian begs for death, asking if he is being mocked, Javier simply smiles down at him. He calls Ultrian arrogant, reminding him that no one here will treat him like a king. In Javier's world, there is only one throne and only one emperor, making the title of king unimpressive. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he declares that true power is to conquer and subdue every arrogant person and rule above them all. Far from the stadium, deep within a dense, shadowed forest, a completely different battle unfolds. Han sprints through the trees as a barrage of glowing blue arrows rains down around him. He flips gracefully through the air, completely inverting his body to dodge the incoming projectiles. Landing smoothly, he immediately dashes forward and cleanly strikes an enemy archer, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Han stops to catch his breath, pulling a red potion from his gear and drinking it. Han commented that his performance is not bad for someone fighting several people alone. Han deduces that the archer must have been trained by Nezel, explaining that Nezel teaches all the talented fighters. Suddenly, a holographic system window materializes, displaying the text, "Objective, survive until only one remains. Final survivors 59, dead 41. Han observes the fallen bodies around them, noting that 4 hours after the finals started, the number has already been cut in half. The weak ones who made it to the finals by mere luck have already been filtered out. The dynamic of the battlefield fundamentally shifts. Now that people will settle in specific places, large-scale battles between survivors will no longer happen. Without full battles, the dense forest becomes a stage for thieves skilled in ambush. Within a secluded clearing, a confident Sadine laughs, asking her team if they aren't glad they joined her party. She explains the advantage of their composition. If they were alone, they couldn't farm items and would have been attacked by other parties. But with a thief, it is incredibly convenient. The thief can scout first, find enemy positions, ambush them, and provide crucial distractions, allowing the rest of the team to avoid fighting unnecessary battles. Sadine proudly shows off her own pristine armor, noting that they have farmed quite well. They have acquired good leather armor, a decent longsword, throwing daggers, and even an enchanted crossbow. Han sits quietly near a tree, resting his dark bow against his leg as he listens. The narrative details that the remaining Battle Royale players are now divided into 5 distinct groups. There are those who actively try to kill as many opponents as possible to gain kill points and contribute to their master. There are those who quietly search for a safe zone and hide in the thick brush. There are those who bravely look for supplies or brightly glowing treasure chests to increase their chances of winning. There are those who form strategic alliances to increase their numbers. And finally, there are those who blindly attack, killing everyone in their path without any strategy. Seeking shelter, Sadine's party relocates to an abandoned, overgrown concrete building deep in the woods. Inside, Sadine empties their scavenged loot onto a worn table, organizing several red potions and leather pouches. She announces she will distribute the supplies, giving 2 low-grade potions and 1 mid-grade potion to each member. She turns to a quiet female archer named Paisel and hands her the newly found bow. She then addresses their masked thief, Graham, giving him the reinforced leather armor. When Sadine turns to Han, he simply requests 1 more potion. He offers to make up the difference by eating the extra canned food they collected. Sadine smiles warmly, playfully asking how the drink she gave him yesterday was, boasting about her picky, noble taste. As Han turns away to process his inventory, a faint chime rings in his ear. A blue communication window pops up directly in Han's line of sight. It reads, "Bring the ticket." "Jenna, Han, can you hear me?" "It's me, Jenna." Recognizing the urgency, Han abruptly stops in the stairwell. Sadine looks back, confused, asking where he is going in the middle of a strategy meeting. Han tersely replies that he needs the bathroom and steps out of sight. Once alone, he answers the communication link, asking what happened. Jenna's voice is filled with panic as she reports that in their last match, Eddie's got poisoned. To make matters worse, standard healing potions do not work against it. He suspects it is a special paralysis poison, and the administrators won't provide an antidote even if they ask. With the next match rapidly approaching, Jenna asks what they should do, suggesting that she and Kishasha try fighting together for now. Han quickly shuts the idea down. He states that winning with just 2 people is impossible, especially since the formidable Niflheimer is present in the competition. He concludes that they will have to find a substitute. Jenna asks if a substitute is even allowed. Han reminds her of the pamphlet rules. If they belong to the same faction, there is no limit on substitutions, provided the player has no death record. Acting quickly, Han opens a channel to Anand and Banik. Banik apologetically informs him that they lost in the round of 16. Banik explains that they just died and were reviving. He notes that it was his first time dying and it feels strange to come back to life, contrasting it to when the city of Taunia was destroyed. Han then asks about Party 5. The response is equally grim, they also lost. A message from Javier pops up reading, "Sorry, people from big cities are really different." Frustrated, Han rubs his temples, telling them they should have just forfeited rather than suffering a useless defeat. He asks Jenna how long they have until the next team match. Jenna's text box confirms they have about 2 hours. Realizing the tight timeline, Han makes a decisive call. Because the round of 16 for the individual match will end soon, he orders Jenna to take Velkist as their substitute. With his team's survival secured, Han returns to the concrete room where Satin is waiting. He firmly states that he will participate in the individual quarterfinals. Satin is entirely caught off guard, yelling in a panic as she asks what he is trying to do, reminding him that their carefully crafted strategy was to wait as long as possible. Han draws his sword with a sharp ring of steel, stating simply that the situation has changed. He reassures Satin not to worry, promising he won't betray her until only 4 people remain. Without waiting for a response, Han leaps from the shattered edge of the building. He plummets through the air, diving headfirst toward the forest floor. As he nears the ground, a blinding surge of white and purple energy erupts from his body. He lands with a catastrophic impact, sending shockwaves of crackling energy tearing through the earth and trees. The holographic system window flashes with a critical update. Han 4 stars has entered Exceed state. Surrounded by an intense aura of lightning, Han grips his sword tightly and lets out a ferocious roar, demanding that the hiding bastards come out and face him. Deep within a darkened, rain-swept forest, a purple-haired archer sprints for her life. She glances back over her shoulder, her face twisted in sheer terror, as she screams to know what manner of monster is chasing her. Her answer comes in a blinding flash of white and blue energy. Moving at terrifying speeds, Han overtakes her in an instant, ruthlessly impaling her from behind, with a deadly volley of phantom strikes. The system immediately registers the execution, granting him 50 points for his 5th kill. Han doesn't even break his stride. As lightning trails from his white hair, he analyzes the event's harsh parameters. He knows that a 5-star hero summon ticket is only awarded to the participant who secures 1st place in total points. With the winner-takes-all system in play, he calculates that at his current pace, taking the top spot is mathematically impossible. However, an alternative path forms in his mind. There is still time before the individual matches commence. He reasons that if he can finish the battle royale swiftly and enter the quarterfinals instead of Velkist, he still has a fighting chance. Glancing at the system interface, he notes the current objective: survive until only 1 remains. With 71 combatants dead, 29 survivors are left scattered across the zone. To force the match to an abrupt end, Han sets his sights on the largest remaining obstacle, the massive Guild Alliance, systematically locking down the battlefield. The scene shifts to an open, blood-soaked clearing, where the grim reality of the Alliance's strategy is unfolding. Isolated warriors and wandering knights are being mercilessly cut down by highly coordinated groups. Amidst the roaring flames and clashing steel, a desperate combatant realizes the futility of the fight, shouting that the enemy is operating at the guild level and urging anyone listening to run. The Alliance is an impenetrable wall of armor and discipline. At their center stands Barian, an imposing commander with long dark hair, a white cape, and a deadly spear. Watching his forces easily repel a desperate charge, Barian notes with satisfaction that all 15 of his guild members are still alive. With only 8 outsiders remaining on the field, he confidently declares that even if the stragglers rush them all at once, the Liberty Guild would still hold an absolute numerical advantage. As another unfortunate participant is slain, the system updates the survivor count to 23. Barian's attention turns upward. High atop a towering metal watchtower rests a pristine, glowing golden chest. One of his knights points it out, wondering if it is the last remaining treasure on the field. Another quickly advises caution, reminding Barian that golden chests are notorious for drawing ambushes and deadly traps. Before they can make a move, a horrific sound draws their eyes to the surrounding rocky cliffs. Barian gasps in disbelief as distorted, grotesque figures begin to scramble down the canyon walls. The armored knights draw their weapons in panic as someone screams that the approaching horde is made entirely of corpses. The monsters are terrifying, mutated versions of the dead participants, their faces split open into gaping, jagged maws with glowing red eyes. Hundreds of the lizard-like undead swarm down the rocks, completely surrounding the Alliance. Barian quickly assesses the threat, realizing that, while these reanimated combatants are physically weakened, they still retain their original combat traits, making them far deadlier than standard stage mobs. Shouting over the chaos, he commands his men to stay calm and form up a defensive perimeter, realizing they need an immediate boost in power to repel the overwhelming numbers. Barian calls out to Sir Xanos to strengthen their gear with his magic. However, a chilling realization strikes the guild. The gray-bearded Xanos is nowhere near their formation. Instead, he is being violently choked, lifted completely off the ground by a mysterious woman in a sleek black skinsuit. The woman, Ezer, possesses long grayish-purple hair and a sadistic, glowing gaze. She tightens her grip on Xanos' throat, mockingly taunting the Alliance. She notes how nice it must be to move in a large group, and how it provides a false sense of absolute safety. With a wicked smile, Ezer channels a torrent of dark, pulsing purple magic directly into the ground beneath her. The corrupted energy instantly engulfs the lifeless body of Xanos, turning his silhouette into a dark, mindless puppet under her control. The purple miasma spreads rapidly across the battlefield, latching onto the fresh corpses of the fallen combatants and forcibly twisting them into the jagged maw horrors. One of the newly revived corpse knights roars and lunges, forcing Barian and a blonde knight named Baldos into a desperate parry. Ezer watches the chaos unfold with pure amusement, fascinated by the fact that the corpses, while weaker, still maintain flashes of their original combat prowess. Refusing to be intimidated by the necromancer's dark arts, Barian unleashes a furious red aura that envelops his entire body. He stares Ezer down, asking if she truly thought the Liberty Guild were nothing but weaklings relying solely on their numbers. Planting his feet, Barian spins his spear at a blinding, almost invisible speed. The rapid motion creates a massive wind vortex that acts like a meat grinder, violently shredding the front line of the approaching undead. With a final, explosive thrust, a devastating beam of golden energy erupts from his spear tip, obliterating a wide path through the monster horde. Inspired by their commander, the rest of the Alliance fights back with flawless synergy. A female warrior and an armored knight move in perfect tandem, cleanly dispatching the corpses with rapid, synchronized strikes. An archer in dark armor fires perfectly placed shots, covering the vanguard as they systematically dismantle the undead army. The true strength of the Liberty Guild is revealed. They are a force that moves between each other's waiting rooms, conducting rigorous tactical training for large-scale raids and chaotic engagements. Having conquered the tower without ever surrendering to despair, they are far more than a simple mob of players. The battlefield descends into an absolute frenzy. Arrows rain down from the sky as blades clash against the monstrous maws of the corpses. Baldos, his face concealed by a mask and his blonde hair spiking fiercely from a headband, dashes into the fray, moving with beast-like agility. He tears through the undead with swift, glowing strikes. From a vantage point above, Ezer analyzes the shifting tide of the battle. She calls out to Baldos, warning him that the spearman is the core commander of the Alliance. She insists that if they don't take Barian down first, the fight will drag on indefinitely. Baldos nods in agreement, stating he will leave the rest of the field to her as he prepares to strike. Suddenly, the sky above the battlefield darkens as a massive figure plummets toward the earth. A wild, incredibly muscular warrior with thick braided pigtails crashes into the center of the formation like a meteor. The impact unleashes a colossal green shockwave, forcing Barian and his knights to raise their shields to avoid being blown away. The towering warrior, Brutus, rises from the crater with a maniacal laugh. Stomping his heavy boot down to crush a crawling corpse, he bellows that he initially thought the Alliance members were shameless cowards for grouping up, but now sees that true warriors have gathered in this arena. Barian stares down the new challenger, acknowledging the thrill of a full, chaotic battle. He notes that rolling in the mud while chaos endlessly crashes around them is the true essence of war. He reasons that anyone willing to jump headfirst into this brutal situation is either a reckless idiot or someone possessing terrifying skill. A voice echoes from above, calmly agreeing that most who jump into such a fray are, in fact, reckless idiots. Barian's eyes snap upward toward the watchtower. The golden chest has been opened. Standing at the precipice is Han, his white hair flowing wildly in the wind. In one hand, he holds a newly acquired weapon from the chest. The system identifies it as an A-grade, perfect steel sword infused with powerful mana, allowing it to change form and self-repair, even if completely destroyed. Han wields his primary weapon, the terrifying black longsword known as Bifrost. Forged in hellfire and holding infinite potential, the blade is bound to Han, storing his user data to self-evolve as he fights. With a cold, commanding glare, Han tells the combatants below to survive on their own. A massive, terrifying blue aura flares around his body as the system announces the activation of his Pgiom soul skill. Leaping from the tower, Han brings Bifrost down with earth-shattering force. A colossal, blinding blue wave of pure energy erupts from the blade, completely eradicating everything in its path. The devastating attack tears a massive trench through the ground, instantly vaporizing the undead horde and sweeping through the remaining combatants in a catastrophic flash of light. The system interface floods with rapid notifications as Han's kill streak climbs instantly from 6 to 14 simultaneous execution. When the blinding light finally fades and the dust settles over the ruined landscape, the survivor count plummets drastically. Out of the original 100 participants, 91 are dead. Only 9 elite survivors remain standing in the decimated zone, including Han, the commander Barian, the necromancer Ezer, the beast-like Baldos, and the towering Brutas, setting the stage for a brutal, definitive conclusion to the battle royale. An agonizing scream pierces the air as a combatant with dark, messy hair is caught in a devastating surge of bright blue light. The violent blast tears through the immediate area, and from the heart of the destruction, a dark, monstrous, multi-eyed figure emerges from the blue flames. Miles away from this gruesome encounter, an exterior view shows a ruined, multi-story building standing quietly amidst the forested battlefield. Inside, Sadin stares out a cracked, heavily webbed window at the towering pillar of blue energy rising over the mountains in the distance. Recognizing the immense scale of the attack, she deduces aloud that the explosion must mean Han Islat has gotten involved in the melee. Shaking her head in disbelief, she calls him a fool, noting that if he had just stayed quiet, the aggressive participants would have self-destructed on their own. Knowing that the safe zone will shrink soon, Sadin turns away from the window and declares that they should abandon the fortress and retreat. However, her companion Paisel suddenly stops her. Drawing a sharp combat blade, Paisel warns her to wait, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows as she senses that there is someone else here besides them. Up in the dark rafters of the concrete ruins, a man in a dark stealth suit flinches under their gaze. Trembling, he nervously stammers, pleading with them to please pretend they didn't see him, claiming that he was just trying to rest there. A heavy, tense silence falls over the dark room. Slowly, the man's demeanor shifts drastically from cowardly to deeply sinister. His face twists into a deranged expression, his eyes glowing a piercing, demonic red in the darkness as he asks if they are going to kill him. The blood-soaked, cracked tiles of the battlefield, the psychological toll of the deadly event is completely breaking minds. Someone sniffling breaks the quiet, revealing a heavily wounded warrior with thick, cable-like dreadlocks kneeling in a massive pool of his own blood. Driven to the brink by the relentless pressure, he mutters that they just won't leave him alone, finally deciding that at this rate, he will have to take drastic measures. The perspective shifts to a blonde-haired young man, his eyes also glowing an eerie red as tears stream down his stressed face. Clutching his head in desperation, he declares with terrifying resolve that he will have to eliminate them all. Across the ravaged landscape, a massive fissure scars the earth, filled with rising black smoke and debris. Han Islat stands confidently amidst the wreckage, a dark, oppressive aura and streaks of blue lightning crackling violently around his form. Raising a small red potion to his lips, he drinks it down while carefully assessing his remaining resources. Surrounded by a faint green healing glow, he calculates that even with potions, he can only activate his Exceed ability 3 times, and his destructive sword spirit can only be used twice at most. Staring out across the wasteland, he admits he doesn't know how many more enemies he will have to face, so he realizes he needs to conserve his strength as much as possible. Surveying the mangled remains scattered around him, Han notices something deeply wrong with the corpses. They are rising and mutating, transforming into horrific amalgamations of swollen, fused flesh and jagged teeth. The sight triggers a memory of individuals who could manipulate corpses with magic power. Specifically, he recalls the dark disciple that appeared during the 10th floor conquest. He remembers that back then, a creature that should have appeared in the middle floors invaded the 10th floor as a hidden boss due to Tell's interference. However, looking at the grotesque, bubbling monstrosities lumbering toward him now, Han observes that this contamination is completely different from a standard resurrection of the dead. He notes that without using much power, this ability can devour everything with low resistance. Looking across the dusty plains, Han spots a silver-haired woman in dark robes standing amidst the destruction. He wonders if this is that person's ability, noting that it is his first time seeing a hero control contamination, and questions if it might be a hidden class. Deciding he should ask about it, he watches her closely. But the woman is completely lost in her own bloody madness. Smiling wickedly, she expresses her gratitude to an unseen force for getting her more corpses, promising to send them all as offerings to the demon god. Before she can finish her dark prayer, a massive, heavily scarred and muscular hand suddenly clamps down over her entire face. A towering warrior easily lifts her completely off the ground, a fierce look in his eyes as he confirms aloud that she was the one who cast the spell. Roaring into the sky, the man declares that he is Bruder's and shouts that she cannot refuse or run from a warrior's challenge. With terrifying, unapologetic force, Bruder's clenches the woman's face, crushing her instantly in a violent spray of blood. Casting the defeated caster aside, Bruder's stands tall, his massive chest bare save for a spiked collar, and challenges the remaining onlookers to come at him anytime. Standing nearby, a heavily armored knight with a white cape and a golden spear steps forward. Brutus coldly notes that the one playing petty tricks is gone now, and asks if they shall see who the real strong one is. Eager for a proper fight, Brutus smiles widely, demanding to hear their names as well. The knight respectfully introduces himself as Barian Varsal, a knight in service of Altrian Alzel. Stepping up next to Barian is another warrior clad in black armor, his eyes covered by bandages, who introduces himself as the Holy Knight, Baldos Neriel. Unimpressed by the formal pageantry, Han Islet hefts his massive black greatsword over his shoulder and gives his own name. With a dismissive glare, Han tells them not to bother remembering it, adding casually that it is just a pain in the ass. The introductions complete, the four powerful combatants lock eyes, their respective auras flaring wildly in a tense, four-way standoff. The battlefield instantly erupts into chaos. Bruters charges Barian with explosive speed, their weapons meeting in a deafening collision that sends shockwaves through the air. Simultaneously, Baldos leaps directly at Han, his blade engulfed in a brilliant, chaotic red energy clashing violently against Han's surging blue lightning. Tremendous explosions rock the earth as the four warriors trade devastating blows, kicking up massive clouds of dust and shattered rock. Barian unleashes a blinding flurry of rapid, golden spear strikes against Bruters, his attacks ringing out like a continuous bell. As he strikes, Barian declares that they have always made bloody efforts to subjugate the detestable high-end mighty individuals who pretend to be omnipotent. Unfazed by the relentless, piercing assault, Bruters takes the heavy blows directly on his muscular chest. He laughs aggressively through the pain, swinging his massive arms in a wide counterattack while shouting that they are unlike his lot, who possess neither pride nor honor. Meanwhile, Han steps inside Baldos's wild guard, landing a deep, bloody slash cleanly across the blindfolded knight's chest. Analyzing his opponent as the blood flows, Baldos coldly remarks that Han is the type who fights using his head, pointing out that the knight doesn't really care about dying since he won't truly die anyway. Staring down the heavily bleeding but fiercely smiling Baldos, Baldos lifts his sword slightly and calls the entire encounter disappointing. Han observes that Baldos must have mastered the berserk skill to an incredibly high level, granting him an explosive combat power that completely rivals his own Exceed ability. Suddenly, an urgent warning rings out across the chaotic battlefield that the safe zone is shrinking. A massive, glowing orange hexagonal barrier begins sweeping rapidly across the forest and mountains, a towering wall of lethal heat incinerating everything caught outside its borders. Realizing the immediate, deadly peril, Baldos attempts to break off the engagement. He parries another strike and tells Han that there seems to be not enough time to pass judgment, insisting that they should move first to survive. but Han completely ignores the approaching wall of fire, launching himself at Baldos with a series of frantic, heavy strikes fueled by blue aura. Baldos deflects the wild swings, yelling out in frustration as he asks what the hell the Han is doing, reiterating loudly that they need to get out of there quickly. Completely unhinged and smiling brightly, Han swings his blade in a massive arc and casually asks if Baldos is scared, stating flatly that he himself doesn't care. Forced backward onto the defensive against the relentless, suicidal barrage, Baldos grits his teeth as their swords clash violently against the glowing backdrop of the hexagonal wall, wondering if this man is truly a rabid dog just like the rumors said. Refusing to yield an inch, Baldos pushes back, cursing Han as a crazy bastard. With the lethal energy grid practically on top of them, Han channels a massive surge of green energy into a devastating downward cleave, Baldos screaming that if Han wants to die that badly, he will gladly grant his wish. The two clash one final, earth-shattering time, the sheer force of the impact sending Baldos crashing violently into the rocky earth below. Baldos grunts in heavy pain, cursing Han as a bastard just as the overwhelming orange barrier finally overtakes his position. Inside the safety of the newly shrunk zone, Baldos is shown kneeling exhaustedly on the cracked earth. Far from the immediate clash, Han Islet is seen safely sprinting through the remaining untouched forest, his blue aura trailing behind him as he navigates the shrinking arena. Back in the danger zone, the fallen Baldos is completely engulfed by the burning barrier. The intense energy instantly incinerates his flesh, turning his body into a blackened skeleton before it completely disintegrates into the fiery wind. Near Barian, his broken, golden spearhead rests uselessly on the parched ground. Bleeding heavily and looking up as the wall of light approaches his kneeling form, Barian sincerely apologizes to Altrian Alzil, stating solemnly that he, Knight Barian, has failed to fulfill his calling. Maintaining his pride as the blinding light washes over his face, Barian closes his eyes and declares a final victory to Asgard. Deep within the safe zone, Bruters stands victorious over the Knight but is severely wounded. Panting heavily, he looks down at his own hand, which is missing several fingers and severely burned. Staring at the gruesome injury, he grimly admits that the situation has become dangerous. Running across the cracked, molten earth, Han realizes that he will have to run quite a bit to outpace the shrinking arena. Taking in the devastation around him, he notes that there are only a few people remaining, and that this impending fight will undoubtedly decide the winner. Suddenly, Satin bursts from the nearby underbrush, her armor scraped and her face painted with panic. Han stops in his tracks, surprised to see her alive, and asks why she is alone. Trembling, Satin screams that the other two members of her party were killed, warning him that a monstrous guy is still on the loose. Before she can even finish her sentence, massive, red, shadowy spikes erupt from the ground, violently crashing down around them. Han and Satin barely manage to evade the dark, eye-covered tendrils that splinter the earth. Han looks on in utter shock as the dust clears, revealing a blond boy named Ain, curled up in a ball of dark energy. Black tears streak down Ain's face as his eyes glow with a piercing, feral red light. His voice trembles with a mix of fear and sheer malice as he mutters that he hates pain, complaining that everyone always chases after him and tries to kill him. With a terrifying scowl, Ain vows to get rid of them all. Han observes the boy's monstrous transformation, remarking that it is incredibly rare to see someone summoned as a hero and not a monster under these circumstances. As Ain unleashes another barrage of vicious red spikes, Han skillfully deflects them with his greatsword, while Satin screams, desperately trying to dodge the onslaught. Just as the shadow tendrils threaten to overwhelm them, a brilliant burst of green energy shatters the incoming attack. A heavily scarred, Brutus crashes into the battlefield, laughing uproariously. He flexes his bare chest and shouts that all the bravest fighters are here, demanding to know where they are off to in such a hurry. Watching from a short distance, Han is completely baffled. He distinctly remembers seeing Bruters get killed by the collapsing barrier earlier, and wonders how the imposing man is still alive. A quick glance at his radar map confirms the dire situation. The energy barrier is rapidly closing in from the top left, meaning the safe zone is entirely in the opposite direction. Han calculates that if they choose to fight in a place like this, only sheer luck will determine who survives, and he simply does not have the time to fight both Ain and Bruters. Without hesitation, Ain redirects his fury toward the newcomer, sending a flurry of razor-sharp shadow spikes directly into Bruters' exposed chest. Instead of piercing his flesh, the deadly tendrils bounce off harmlessly, leaving Bruters momentarily confused. Han narrows his eyes, questioning if the brute is somehow invincible. To find the answer, Han activates his mind's eye, bringing the skill to level 7. A detailed system window materializes over Bruters, revealing his extraordinary statistics. Han silently reads over the interface, noting a level 5 composure, a level 8 indomitability, a maximum level pain tolerance, a level 9 bleeding resistance, a level 5 savage trait, and a level 9 throw defense. Han deduces that it is not that attacks do not work on Bruters. Rather, his health points simply are not dropping due to an incredible skill synergy. However, Han knows that a fighter cannot possess that kind of absolute defense with skill synergy alone. Digging deeper into the system's logic, Han theorizes that Bruters possesses an S-rank seal, proving that he is far more than just an ordinary 4-star hero. A secondary window flashes, confirming a seal slot holding a level 4 determined mind and an exclusive level 3 super regeneration skill. Unfazed by the brutal attacks, Bruters flashes a wicked grin and decides that he should take care of Ain first if he wants to enjoy a truly fun fight. He charges forward with explosive speed and buries his fist directly into Ain's face. Ain shrieks in agony, screaming once again that he hates pain. In a desperate counterattack, the boy summons a flurry of shadow blades that finally manage to slice across Bruters' chest. Blood splatters across the dirt, but Bruters merely smiles, his expression alight with the thrill of combat. As the two titans clash violently in a blur of red shadows and shattering stone, Han calmly evaluates their chaotic synergy. He wonders why Brutus's master never bothered to combine the instant healing and offensive skills, speculating that perhaps he had not met the necessary requirements. Breaking Han's train of thought, Sadin rushes to his side, pleading for him to retreat with her. She insists that there is still time, and if they prepare accordingly, they might survive. Han casts a cold glance at the rapidly encroaching wall of fire behind them, and flatly states that there is no time. Ignoring Sadin's terrified gasp, Han charges directly into the fray, declaring that he will take care of the annoying one first. He leaps into the air, his blade a blur of silver, as he violently deflects Ain's shadow tendrils. Slashing through the dark magic, Han notes that Ain is far from a normal fighter. The feral boy lunges at Han, his hands twisted into deadly claws, completely consumed by his chaotic power. Blocking a heavy strike, Han analyzes Ain's combat pattern, coming to a harsh realization. He concludes that despite possessing incredibly high skill levels, Ain lacks any real synergy, making him basically a complete failure of a character. Han capitalizes on an opening and delivers a punishing blow that sends Ain crashing into the dirt, coughing up a spray of blood. Standing over his fallen opponent, Han pieces together Ain's true nature. He recognizes the boy as a rare type of hero that occasionally appears among 4-stars at birth. Han assumes that any ordinary heroes who faced Ain previously died, without ever understanding his erratic mechanics. However, Han also knows that Ain's raw power is useless against thieves or anyone with high magic resistance. Looking down with utter disappointment, Han calls Ain a failure, stating clearly that without synergy, his high-level skills are entirely useless. Pushed to the brink, Ain screams that he is not useless and triggers a massive, localized eruption of dark energy. The ground splinters as dozens of red shadow pillars shoot toward the sky. Han deftly evades the devastating area of effect attack, his white coat trailing behind him. Landing gracefully, Han taunts the boy, mentioning that it would be a shame to put him through synthesis since he is a 4-star, but quickly adds that Ain is not worth investing in either. He notes that the boy is too picky and lacks the social skills to transition into a support class, assuming Ain's master only sent him to the tower as a harsh test. Though Han compliments Ain for dodging his earlier strikes, he coldly reminds him that evasion skills have their limits, and given how much Ain hates pain, he likely only has 2 or 3 uses of his abilities left. Suddenly, the battlefield is illuminated by a blinding, holy radiance. From the sidelines, Sadin raises her blade and screams the word. Light, a concentrated, brilliant beam of holy energy strikes Ain dead on. The dark shadows boiling off the boy immediately ignite, and Ain shrieks in agonizing pain, his face contorted in absolute torment as he begs her to stop. As the brilliant light fades, Ain's survival instinct takes over, triggering a frantic, omnidirectional explosion of red spikes. Anticipating the chaotic counterattack, Han prepares his final strike. He calculates his approach, deciding to use his flowing blade technique to read the trajectory of the attacks, allowing him to run flawlessly through the shifting sword path. Han's blade glows with intense power as he mentally stacks his abilities, charging his sword invincible with strength sword, and then layering his heavy sword technique on top. With a devastating forward thrust, Han unleashes the ever-changing sword. A massive, multicolored beam of concentrated sword aura completely eclipses Ain's desperate shadow magic, piercing cleanly through the boy's chest. Ain goes rigid, his eyes wide with shock as blood sprays from his mouth. As the energy dissipates, Han stands victorious, a slight smile on his face, as he coldly remarks that the boy was at least useful as a sandbag. A glowing system window suddenly materializes in front of Han, proudly displaying that his intermediate swordsmanship skill has awakened and leveled up to 5. Falling to his knees in the scorched dirt, Ain cries out, sobbing that it hurts so much. Unmoved, Han approaches slowly, his boots crunching against the debris. He asks the boy if it hurts, and he grabbed the boy, throw him outside of the barrier. Han promises to get rid of the pain for him. Ain's physical form is instantly destroyed, disintegrating into a shower of golden light and drifting ash. Han glances over his shoulder as the system logs his 16th kill, awarding him 100 points. The dust finally begins to settle over the ruined arena, leaving only Brooders and Satin standing. Brooders looks around, a wide grin spreading across his face, as he asks if it is just the 3 of them remaining. Han turns to face the muscular warrior, his eyes calm and calculating. A massive system projection floats above the battlefield, reiterating the ultimate goal: survive until there is only 1 person remaining. The grim tally displays 97 dead, with 3 survivors still active. Taking in the final stakes, Han simply remarks on how unexpected the situation has become. Meanwhile, inside a pristine, high-tech observation room, a massive screen broadcasts the destructive climax of the match. Isel, clad in a sharp suit and thick glasses, flies into the broadcast area clutching a microphone. She excitedly addresses the unseen audience, screaming that this is the Battle Royale finals, and confirming that exactly 3 heroes are remaining on the field. The crowd in the stands murmurs with intense anticipation as 2 well-dressed handlers step forward, presenting the grand prizes, a gleaming golden frying pan trophy, and the legendary rainbow Advent stone. Spectators whisper in disbelief, shocked that the recognized top rankers were all eliminated, and questioning the identities of the unknown fighters who survived the bloodbath. Back in the viewing booth, units stare intently at the live feed. Isel's voice echoes through the stadium, declaring that the winner was just decided and is currently walking out of the arena. On the giant monitor, the bold silhouette of the ultimate victor strides confidently through a glowing blue portal. Beneath the broadcast, the final roster cards are displayed in stark clarity. Han, Satin, and Brooders stand as the final 3 4-star heroes, while the darkened portraits of Paisel and Ain are firmly stamped as killed in action, leaving the audience breathless to see exactly who will emerge from the portal to claim the golden prize. The chapter opens in the immediate aftermath of a fierce battle royale. A system window proudly announces congratulations for Taunia's Han Islat. Han walks forward, his dark clothes torn and his face marked with blood, but his posture remains completely unyielding. A status window materializes in front of him, confirming he has obtained 5,000 gems and 30,000 points as a reward for winning. He also earns an additional 1,600 points for kills, along with a 30% point boost, while the system notes that the Fiesta package bonus will be calculated later. Isel flutters nearby, her voice filled with disbelief as she praises the man she calls the rabid dog of the Battle Royale, admitting she never even imagined he would achieve this. 2 men in sharp suits approach him to present the rewards. Isel expresses her hope that he will participate in the next event too, gesturing to a glowing, crystalline object she identifies as the Advent Stone. As Han silently inspects the crystal, one of the suited men offers a pristine, golden frying pan. Han starts to run away for the next event. Unimpressed by the bizarre item, Han bluntly tells the man that he can keep that garbage. Up in the stadium stands, murmurs ripple through the crowd as spectators whisper about the rabid dog and chatters about where the hell is Taunia. Someone in the crowd openly admits they didn't expect him to win. Unit's eyes glow red as she hears everyone calling the master a rabid dog. Far from the arena's quiet aftermath, a Mobius employee with bright orange hair and sunglasses cruises down a futuristic highway in a sleek red sports car. Without warning, Han throws him out of the car. The driver recoils in shock, stammering out that he is an employee of Mobius and begging him to wait. Han ignores the protests, his eyes burning with urgency. He slides into the vehicle, declaring that Eddie's was injured in the 3 versus 3 game and that they are at risk of losing their 5-star summoning ticket. Because of this, he insists he has to take part in the next game. The terrified driver screams out, calling him a crazy maniac, but Han easily forces his way into the driver's seat. Gripping the steering wheel with his bloodied hands, a system message flashes, notifying that Master Han is requesting help. Han speaks aloud to his master, Enning, assuming they are watching and are fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. He slams on the accelerator, pushing the red car into a sharp, aggressive drift. The system chimes in with a nice drift. Notification displaying that the acceleration gauge is filling up, with a final command of booster on. The limited luxury sports car on lease rockets forward, leaving a blazing trail of fire in its wake. Han reaches out to Jenna, inquiring about the current progress of the game. Jenna, offering a slightly awkward smile, admits that Velkist is absolutely livid. She asks Han if he is certain they can manage the schedule, noting that she has heard the Battle Royale matches can be incredibly time-consuming. Han calmly tells her not to worry, stating that the match is already over. As Han speeds toward his destination, his mind briefly flashes back to the aftermath of a recent brutal fight. In a ruined, dusty landscape, Brutus sits defeated on the ground, missing an arm and bleeding profusely. Brutus praises Han, telling him he is strong and asks how he trained. Han calmly replies that it is just thanks to skill synergy, pointing out that his opponent didn't combine any of his skills. Han asks if climbing the tower was too boring for him. Han warns that things will change once he climbs higher, claiming the difficulty level of the highest floors is fair to everyone. Brutus remarks that Han makes it sound like he's already been there. Han knows that through skill combinations, this opponent can earn enough defense power to seem almost invincible. However, traits like indomitability and savage don't last long, meaning the longer the battle drags on, the less efficient his skills become. Han realizes he had a higher chance of winning because the man used up his energy in the field barrier, a desperate move that the opponent notes was supposed to kill Han on the spot. Following that fight, Sadin rushes up to Han. She excitedly declares that they won, boasting that she has a good eye for people. Han confirms there are no enemies remaining. Sadin begins to enthusiastically offer him a place by her side. Han cuts her off with a flat, cold rejection. Stunned, she stammers, asking why, arguing that her master has more experience and better facilities. Han simply turns and walks away, stating he is busy and wants to get this over with. As he steps closer, the bloody sword in his hand and his chilling aura cause the knight to fall to the ground in terror. She screams that he's scary and begs him not to come near. Han looks down at her, questioning what is wrong with her and reminding her that she isn't going to die in real life. He coldly asks how she plans to climb the tower if she's scared of death. In the present, Han advises Jenna to concentrate on her own games instead, reminding her of the grim reality that if they don't win, they are completely doomed. Just outside the solo tournament arena, 2 well-dressed employees with vibrant blue and green hair are casually holding drinks when the blue-haired man nervously notices something rapidly approaching. A massive, glowing orange projection of a car crashes violently into the pavement, shattering the ground. From the center of a massive fiery explosion, Han steps out, his dark cape billowing. He calmly announces that he is here to participate in the solo game for the quarterfinals. The terrified blue-haired man simply points him toward the entrance. Inside the arena, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. The blue-haired man announces into a microphone that Taunia's player, Velkist, will be disqualified if he doesn't come up. Waiting in the center of the ring is a massive, bald warrior with a dark facial tattoo, clutching a heavy polearm. He demands to know if Velkist ran away and tells the referee not to wait, demanding they just disqualify him. The referee agrees, stating they will give him a loss. Before the decision is finalized, Han suddenly interrupts the proceedings with a loud, firm rejection. Striding into the arena, Han declares that he is subbing for Velkist. An orange-haired employee rushes toward her colleague with the blue hair, whispering urgently into his ear. The blue-haired man turns to Han, questioning his identity and seeking confirmation that he is indeed the victor of the recent Battle Royale. From the shadows behind a nearby wall, Eren listens intently to the exchange. The employee ultimately approves Han's entry into the match, sparking an immediate retaliation from the bald warrior. Livid, the warrior demands to know what kind of rule would allow this, asking the blue-haired man if he has lost his mind. He then issues a chilling proclamation, declaring that he will crush Han's head into the arena floor. The bald warrior looks Han up and down, noting that he is covered in blood and seems to have just come back from the brink of death. He maliciously questions if Han can really do this. Han, a fierce smile breaking across his bruised face, replies that there is no time to rest, and he has to make it to the finals exactly like this. Han chuckles, finding the situation interesting and calling it a good penalty. Bald Warrior then asks where Han's weapon is, wondering if he intends to fight with his bare hands. In the background, the suited men frantically use fire extinguishers to put out the raging flames from Han's dramatic entrance. Ignoring the chaos, the blue-haired referee raises a whistle and blows it sharply to signal the start of the match. The bald warrior immediately launches himself into the air, swinging his massive battle axe down toward Han. He roars that he doesn't know what Han is thinking, but he is going to die by his hand, laughing menacingly as he asks if Han wants to taste some blood. Unfazed, Han reaches out. In a massive eruption of dark red lightning, his enormous black sword materializes from the floor of the arena. He grips the hilt tightly, pulling the heavy blade free as he prepares his stance. As the clash is about to begin, Eren watches from the shadows of a quiet corridor. Seeing Han's overwhelming presence triggers a deeply personal memory. In the memory, the blonde man tells Muden that he wants to get stronger. Muden reminds him that he said the exact same thing when he first got here too. Eren insists it's different now, confessing that right now, he has no reason to grow stronger. Muden asks if he thought he wanted to return to Nina or to help his master. With tears welling in his eyes, Eren replies that he just wants to get stronger, even though he doesn't have a purpose. He admits that growing stronger just for the sake of it is all he has left. Back in the arena, the fight is over in an instant. A massive spray of crimson fills the air as Han delivers a single, devastating upward slash with his dark blade, cutting down the bald warrior before the man can even land his attack. A system window immediately flashes onto the screen, officially declaring that Han Islat wins. Han stands tall, his glowing blue eye piercing through the shadows of his battle-worn face. From the dark corridor, Eren watches in silent awe, recognizing the immense strength he has always admired. Finally, a system window displays the results of the solo battle quarterfinals. Under Master Eniken's rank, Taunia is victorious over the domestic investors of Getara. The system notes that a quick victory was achieved and all members survived, though the audience response was not achieved. The victory grants a grand reward of 1,000 gems, bringing Han's total to 3,700 points, firmly cementing his relentless push into the tournament's final rounds. Hostark system announcement echoes through the blood-stained battlegrounds, alerting all participants that from the round of 8 onwards, spectators will be crowding the arena. The broadcast requests that all participating heroes wait in the player waiting room. Inside the quiet locker room, Han carefully pours a glowing red potion over a deep gash on his forearm. As the healing magic knits his skin back together, he realizes this is his last potion. Vanel Norshev announces that the destructive sword was truly impressive. His thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of a white-haired young man, who confidently introduces himself as Vanel Norshev, the top student of Niflheimer. Vanel casually notes that he heard Han belongs to Taunia, just like Eren. Observing Han packing away his gear, Vanel points out that for someone from the same party, the skill gap between them is quite significant. He admits that he watched the finals of the Battle Royale Han participated in, calling the performance impressive. With a confident smirk, Vanel states that he felt they were the same type. Han pauses, repeating the phrase with a hint of skepticism. Vanel explains that it is innate, claiming they have a different vessel from others, just like Lidigian. To illustrate his point, Vanel asks if rabbits eat meat and lions graze, asserting that each has a different vessel given to them. He boldly suggests that it would be better for Han to come to Niflheimer instead of Eren. Han barely spares him a glance, coldly telling him to go away because he has no intentions of doing that. Undeterred, Vanel calls after him, saying he will put in a recommendation to the Major General and asking him to give it some thought. As Han walks out the door, he mutters under his breath about a rabbit trying to eat meat. Left alone, Vanel watches him go, Han assuming that Vanel Norshev simply really does not like Eren. He rationalizes that for Vanel Norshev, this hostility is the most logical conclusion, and there is nothing to blame him for. Han reflects on the harsh reality of their world, noting that most heroes around level 50 are stuck with basic weapon arts, and that one needs to achieve an intermediate level to qualify for the main tournament. He knows that the heroes who have raised their intermediate weapon arts to level 2 or 3 can be counted on one hand. Knowing he is already treated like a monster for possessing level 5 intermediate swordsmanship, Han shudders to think about the true limits of someone like Vanel Norshev, who has already reached advanced weapon arts. Outside, the massive stadium roars with the cheers of the crowd. Down in the arena, Vanel stands victorious over his battered, smoking opponent. The spectators are in absolute awe of the sword demon's return, marveling that this time, he finished the fight with his bare hands without even drawing a weapon. They confess they cannot fathom the limits of his power. Meanwhile, another match rages on. The crowd watches Eren clash with a fierce opponent, wondering if the blonde spear user is also from Niflheimer like the talented swordsman. However, a seasoned spectator scoffs, calling Eren ordinary and warning that anyone who bets carelessly on him will lose for sure. Though they admit the 4-star hero has good luck, they confidently predict he will drop out in the semifinals anyway. They criticize Eren for still relying on basic spear techniques, complaining that his movements are clean but lack impact, making him boring to watch. As Eren's match drags on, the spectators start looking ahead to the other championship favorites, specifically mentioning the rabid dog, who entered the individual tournament immediately after surviving a slaughterfest in the Battle Royale. High up in the stands, Han watches the matches with quiet intensity. Nearby, Muden smiles confidently, asking someone unseen if they agree with his assessment. He scoffed, claiming Eren possessed not an ounce of pride and deserved to be thrashed 100 times over. Muden turned his gaze toward Han, seeking validation as he asked if his master agreed with his assessment. Down below, Eren finally finishes his exhausting bout, breathing heavily as he stands over his opponent. Muden mutters that he cannot stay long, wanting to keep it short since he might get slapped by that fog girl if he lingers. On the ruined floor, the defeated sword man stares up in shock, unable to believe he lost and insisting that it makes no sense. Han attempts to address Muden, but before the words can even leave his lips, the enigmatic man vanishes abruptly from his line of sight. As the sun sets over the futuristic cityscape, the Taunia party regroups by an ornate fountain. Jenna sighs in profound relief, confessing that she barely won and almost died. Eddies apologizes, admitting he did not expect to get held back for so long. Han quickly brushes it off, stating that they won, and that is what truly matters. When Han asks if there are any injured members, Jenna mentions that Kishasha is slightly hurt, but it is nothing serious. Nearby, Kishasha crouches quietly, tossing crumbs to a pigeon. Jenna's thoughts then turn to Eren. Han assures her not to worry, confirming that Eren made it to the semifinals since the Niflheimer members faced off against each other. With the team event secured, Velkist asks if he can return to the individual matches. Velkist asks Han that he will be able to handle the team event. Han asks if he wants to face Eren in the finals. Velkist quickly dismisses, declaring it impossible and doubting Eren can even make it to the finals. He brings up Vanel Norshev, stating that the prodigy wants to fight. Showing a holographic display of Vanel's status, Han calls Vanel a monster, pointing out a total stat difference of over 120 compared to himself. The glowing screen reveals Vanel as a level 55 4-star hero with a staggering 145 strength and 123 agility. Han admits that even with his level 7 mind's eye, he could not discern Vanel's true abilities. He deduces that if Vanel was taught by Lydigian, he should have advanced swordsmanship as his core, paired with comprehensive weapon mastery and support skills. When Velkist asks Han for his opinion, Han bluntly asks if he wants him to be honest. Without hesitation, Han tells the man that Velkist cannot win. Breaking down the impossible odds, Han explains that from starting rank and growth stats to skill proficiency and equipment, his ally is inferior in every single way. He adds that even if he sent out the Kishasha, she would have no chance against him either. Unsettled by the harsh truth, Velkist asks Han what about himself. Han flashes a dark, confident smile, asking if that is even a real question. He casually shifts the topic, wondering aloud why the members of Party 5 ended up losing. Elsewhere in the glowing neon city, a member of Party 5 turned to Javier, asking if he was truly all right and noting that their master must have witnessed the recent bout. Javier replied calmly, asserting that there was no immediate need to prove their strength just yet. He admitted that if they continued to toy with their opponents, it would merely look like adults interfering in a children's quarrel. Javier admits that while the current situation is entertaining, there are times when they need to hold back. A pale, heavily scarred man eating a skewer agrees, stating they cannot have even a small spark ignite in Neo Paradise. Deciding to drop the matter, Javier declares that since today is the last night they will be spending in the city, they should enjoy it to the fullest. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit bathroom, strands of blonde hair fall into a steel sink. Eren stares intensely into the mirror, his long locks shorn away, his heavily scarred, muscular physique reflecting a silent, hardened resolve for the battles to come. The next morning, the system formally announces the 7th and final day of the fiesta. Fireworks erupt in the bright sky above the massive central arena, as the system thanks all the heroes who stayed to witness the event. The broadcast declares that from the semifinals onwards, all matches will be held at the central arena, starting with the individual semifinals, followed by the pair, team, and party matches. Once those conclude, the finals will proceed in the exact same order, culminating in an awards and closing ceremony in the evening. Deep in the locker room, Eren sits quietly with his spear, his freshly cut hair marking his shift in demeanor. Han approaches him, asking what happened to his look and wondering if he remembered and returned to his origins. Eren laughs awkwardly, but Han quickly cuts him off. He firmly advises Eren not to go back to his roots, reminding him that was when he was broken. Han then asks Eren a serious question. Does he want to become like Vanel? Han describes the genius as the kind of person who sees something once, understands 10 things, and can apply it 100 ways. Staring directly into Eren's eyes, Han delivers a crushing but necessary truth. He tells Eren that he cannot be like that he can never catch up, and that he can never become someone like that. He orders Eren not to admire the prodigy, and not to even think about trying to follow in his footsteps. Instead, Han offers a much more brutal path. He commands Eren to destroy him instead, urging him to fight like the guy who drives spears into the hearts of geniuses who are thousands of times superior to him. The time for talk ends as the first semi-final match begins. Han steps into the arena, instantly recognized by his opponent as the rabid dog from the Battle Royale. The red-haired elemental mage grins wildly, noting that for someone who caused such a commotion in the individual tournament, Han looks quite composed. The mage arrogantly claims that Han picked the wrong stage, unleashing a massive torrent of fire that engulfs the arena. He boasts that Han should have realized the place he jumped into was a pit of hellfire, but the boasting is cut tragically short. In an instant, the mage is violently slammed face first into the arena floor, coughing up blood as Han stands mercilessly over him. The crowd watches in stunned silence as the system immediately announces that hero Han Islat wins and will advance to the finals, awarding him a massive bounty of gems for his quick victory. Having casually dismantled his opponent, Han walks up the arena stairs as Eren heads down. Passing by without breaking his stride, Han tells his teammate that it is his turn now. He orders Eren to win, to beat the life out of that obnoxious bastard, and to climb to the finals. Glancing back over his shoulder, Han leaves Eren with a final, unwavering promise. He will be waiting for him. The semifinals for Group A are officially beginning, and the announcer's voice echoes through the colossal stadium, calling the players to step forth. The crowd erupts into a frenzy as 2 figures take their places on the circular battlefield. Spectators scream at the top of their lungs, completely hyped to witness a battle between 2 Niflheimer heroes. The audience's clear favorite is Vanel. The crowd chants for him, demanding that the second coming of the Sword Demon secure the kill. They recount his flawless record, noting that he has never missed first place in the Niflheimer training process. Standing opposite him is Eren, a blonde-haired warrior also wielding a spear, his expression grounded and focused amidst the deafening noise. Vanel stares down at his opponent with a look of supreme arrogance. He tells Eren just how lucky he is to have made it all the way here without having to fight him. Eren remains completely unfazed, firmly replying that it is not luck, he tried hard. The online chat and spectators aggressively side with Vanel, laughing off Eren's efforts and telling Vanel to just weaken him a bit. Vanel narrows his eyes, mentioning that he has heard about Eren and how he spent more than half a century in that place. Pointing his razor-sharp spear forward, Vanel coldly states that Eren cannot defeat him, not even with a weapon. With a condescending glare, he declares that this is what a true talent gap looks like. The referee, a stern man in dark sunglasses, raises a silver whistle to his lips and blows a sharp, piercing note to begin the match. The giant screens above flash the match details. Semifinals individual battle. It pits the 5th-ranked Niflheimer Loki against another 5th-ranked Niflheimer Loki. The instant the whistle drops, Vanel surges forward, instantly closing the distance with terrifying speed. He brings his spear crashing down in a massive, sweeping arc of fiery energy. Eren barely manages to raise his own weapon in time, the devastating impact sending a shockwave across the arena floor. Vanel glares down at him, demanding that he give up. Vanel notes that Eren fights exactly like a textbook. Watching quietly from the sidelines, Han carefully analyzes the exchange, predicting that the silver-haired warrior must be almost at the level of 5-star advanced weapon arts, a tier that heroes typically only reach close to level 70. Han contemplates his own strength, thinking it would have been doable to beat Vanel if he had managed to reach level 55. However, since Vanel is from Niflheimer, he surely possesses at least an A-rank seal. Han calculates the terrifying stat difference, realizing that Vanel's specifications are essentially double his own since he currently has no seal to boost his power. An Exceed skill would double his stats, but it is safe to assume Vanel has a similar trick up his sleeve. Han mentally admits that while he acted totally confident in front of others previously, in a real fight, he would lose to Vanel 9 out of 10 times, and only win once if he got incredibly lucky. Back in the ring, Vanel easily deflects Eren's desperate counterattacks. He offers to teach Eren a little bit if he can manage to defeat him, swinging his glowing spear in a brilliant arc. Vanel explains that there really is not much difference between a spear and a sword. Just like the blade, there are 3 primary forms to the spear: speed, strength, and weight. In the stands, the spectators quickly realize the massive disparity in skill. They point out that Vanel is basically just playing with his opponent. One gruff spectator yawns, complaining about the drawn-out fight and wishing Vanel would just get it over with so they can see him fight the rabid dog next. Another fan disagrees, completely captivated by the sheer speed of Vanel's spear movements. In the arena, Eren desperately ducks and weaves, narrowly dodging a flurry of blindingly fast, glowing strikes. Vanel spins his weapon with effortless grace, his aura radiating outward as he establishes his domain. Han watches intently, realizing he needs a similar skill to break through such an overwhelming domain, but notes that Eren has not even learned the basics yet. He reflects that these techniques are an absolute necessity when trying to obtain intermediate weapon arts, which require a perfect unity between the mind and the sword. Vanel continues his relentless assault, explaining that the first thing one learns after the basics is speed. He unleashes a barrage of rapid thrusts that Eren struggles to track. Next, Vanel demonstrates being unpredictable. With a swift, deceptive pivot, he strikes Eren directly in the side, drawing a harsh spray of blood. Eren grunts in pain, clutching his wound. Vanel pauses, lowering his stance slightly, and tells Eren to surrender, claiming that he does not wish to harm his comrade. Enraged by the condescension, Eren screams at him to shut up and launches a fierce, sweeping counterattack. Vanel effortlessly blocks the blow, calmly continuing his lecture. He explains that after mastering unpredictability comes illusion. He details that once a warrior reaches the last stage of the intermediate level, they can seamlessly add illusions to all their moves. In an instant, Vanel's spear multiplies into dozens of phantom blades, completely overwhelming Eren's senses. Han watches the brutal lesson, realizing that Vanel is generously showing Eren all the advanced techniques, but he knows Eren will never be able to copy them because he cannot use illusions either. Vanel strikes again, deeply cutting Eren's shoulder. Han notes that Eren will never catch up, and that he does not understand any of these concepts. To Eren, they just sound like imaginary ideas, completely out of reach even when demonstrated right in front of him. Vanel effortlessly parries another wild swing, asking Eren why he continues to force himself. Eren's face is battered and bleeding, his eyes wide with a manic, unyielding determination. Vanel scoffs at this display, sharing his own ruthless philosophy. He states that if a goal cannot be achieved through normal means, one must find another way. He advises Eren to poison his spear, spike his opponent's water with sleeping pills, and do absolutely anything necessary to help himself win. As Eren grips his blood-stained weapon, the scene transitions into his fractured past, revealing the heavy burden driving his relentless spirit. Eren was once told of his absolute limits. Standing before a massive, towering brick wall that represented his talent, he realized he had only 2 options: try to jump over the wall that could not be crossed, or dig through all his forgotten memories. Knowing he could not break through the wall on his own, Eren chose the only option left to him. He chose to regain his memories. In a dimly lit room, a younger Eren sits at a wooden desk, writing hundreds of letters to a girl named Nina, fully knowing they would never be delivered. Desperate to hold onto her fading image, he draws a crude, simple picture to help him remember her face. Suddenly, Muden snatches the drawing, laughing and asking what this trash is. Eren angrily reaches for it, demanding it back and explaining that it is his younger sister. The boy casually tosses the paper aside, mocking Eren for losing his mind. He says he thought Eren might be insane when he filled the entire room with letters, but now he is sure of it. Since that day, Eren began having terrible dreams. In his visions, he walks down a familiar dirt path surrounded by lush greenery, leading to a quaint wooden house. It is a sight he missed so much that it brings him to tears. He remembers that Nina would always greet him when he went inside. In the dream, he pounds on the heavy wooden door, desperately calling out for her to open it, his voice breaking with emotion. But the dream abruptly shatters, shifting to Eren aggressively beating a wooden training dummy in the dark. Muden watches from a nearby bench, casually remarking that this frustration is exactly why Eren is having those awful dreams. Eren stops his training, his face pale and exhausted, confessing that he can no longer remember Nina's face. Eren asks Muden how many years it has been since he first arrived in this place. Muden leans back, stating that the time passed is not important. Eren is simply here to train. However, Muden offers to share a very interesting story. Long ago, there was a powerful relic called the Essence of Eternity. Muden describes a glowing, crystalline stone that held the mysterious power to magically create chests overflowing with golden coins. But this immense wealth came with a horrifying price. Anyone who used the relic would have their soul trapped in the prison of eternity for 1,000 years. After a full millennium, the user's memories would be completely wiped clean, and they would be returned to where they came from with their hands full of money. Muden tells Eren about a man from the past who desperately needed money. This man started a business dozens of times, but failed every single attempt because he was terrible with finances. Eventually, he found the essence of eternity. Muden smiles cryptically and asks Eren if he thinks the man used the cursed stone. The memory fades, snapping back to the brutal reality of the arena. The spectators are growing incredibly restless, complaining that the fight has dragged on for half an hour and is getting boring. They demand the match end so they can see the next fighter. In the ring, Vanel points his glowing spear at Eren, admitting that he is impressed by Eren's sheer determination. However, Vanel states he did not want to kill him, but Eren leaves him no choice. Vanel's aura explodes outward in a magnificent display of dark blue energy. He declares that he will now show Eren an advanced domain. Channeling immense power, Vanel demonstrates the pinnacle of his art, merging fluidity, strength, weight, speed, change, and variation into a single breathtaking vortex of energy. He explains that a warrior can only achieve this level by being able to switch between the 6 forms freely, eventually reaching absolute enlightenment in the weapon arts. He confidently tells Eren that it is a realm he will never reach. In the memory, a muscular, red-haired man observes the stance, noting that true speed does not come from simply turning the spear. To achieve ultimate speed, a warrior must focus their muscles and bones, amplifying their raw strength, and it all has to start from the feet. If a warrior trains this specific skill to the absolute extreme, it transforms into the devastating spiral spear technique. Down in the arena, Vanel mimics this exact principle. Gripping his spear tightly, he channels every ounce of his remaining strength and unleashes the spiral spear. A massive, swirling aura of chaotic energy wraps around his weapon. With a deafening roar, Vanel thrusts forward, the spiraling force achieving pure penetration. The blinding attack rips through Eren's domain. Han, understanding that Vanel deliberately altered the path of his spear because he didn't want to kill his opponent. Han chuckles, thinking about Vanel's grand title as the second coming of the Sword Demon, and simply calls Vanel an idiot. As the dust settles, Han remembers his words with Muden. Eren didn't just spend 57 years in that training ground. A normal human mind cannot handle that kind of time without breaking. In truth, Eren's memories were violently reset dozens of times. He had barely held onto his sanity by constantly reviving his personality, writing those letters, and fighting to not lose himself completely. We drifted back to Eren's memory. Eren details how the essence of eternity gives treasure in exchange for a person's memories and agonizing suffering. He confirms that the desperate man with a family to take care of definitely used the relic. Muden tells he continued to use it over and over again. He had completely forgotten why he even needed the money in the first place, but he could not stop thinking, and he could not give up midway through his torment. Muden explains that memories are supposed to be wiped clean after 1,000 years, but they do not completely disappear. They linger just out of reach. When Eren asks Muden how he knows so much about this curse, Muden smiles, stating that he knows because he has experienced it himself. The more a person uses the relic, the more the fractured memories build up in their subconscious, until one day, they suddenly remember pieces of their past. In the end, they cannot forget. Muden coldly states that the man who used the stone may still have the appearance of a human, but he is no longer human at all. The master of his mind is not his own soul, but pure greed itself. Pointing a finger directly at Eren, Muden grins and reveals the horrifying truth. The man who went out of his mind and sacrificed his humanity for a forgotten purpose is Eren himself. Back in the present, Vanel stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as his broken headband flutters to the ground. He stares at the devastating power that just pierced his ultimate defense. From the sidelines, Han watches Eren's battered, unyielding figure with a look of deep respect and anticipation, smiling as he calls Eren a true monster. The audience watch in stunned silence as the grueling match concludes. Eren, his blonde hair matted with blood and his body covered in severe wounds, stands victorious over his fallen, white-haired opponent. Panting heavily and bleeding profusely from his head, Eren can barely comprehend his own triumph, gasping out that he actually won. The referee, sporting blue flaming hair and sunglasses, raises his hand to officially declare Eren the winner. Watching from the sidelines, Han rests his massive black greatsword on his shoulder and questions if the boy is stupid. As the defeated opponent dissolves into digital pixels, Han observes that if Venel had truly wanted victory, he should have used a sword. To Han, Eren was clearly less skilled, resulting in a fight that was far from the passionate and flamboyant spectacle the audience desired. The crowd's disappointment quickly boils over into outright fury. Spectators shout in frustration, calling the match boring and complaining that Eren was getting completely beaten, only winning by pure luck. Amidst the angry jeers, a system window appears detailing the semi-finals individual battle. It confirms the 5th-ranked Niflheimer victory, but notes that a quick victory, an engaged audience response, and a zero-damage win were not achieved, granting a total reward of 2,000 gems and 10,000 points. The referee approaches the exhausted Eren, instructing him to head to the lobby as the final match will take place in the afternoon. However, Han steps forward, interrupting the official to declare that they will just do it now. The referee is caught off guard, trying to mention the tournament rules, but Han gestures toward Eren, who is barely managing to stay upright by using his spear as a crutch. Han points out that Eren has lost it and won't be able to get back up once he returns to the lobby, though he nonchalantly adds that he doesn't care if they want to just end this here. The referee concedes, stating that an immediate final is possible if the other party agrees. Instantly, a system prompt confirms that Niflheimer's submaster, the 7-star Yerneth, has agreed, and she is shown smiling knowingly. Another prompt asks Master Eniton for their consent to the immediate final match, and Han smiles confidently, confirming that his master agrees as well. As whispers spread through the confused audience, Eren continues to breathe raggedly, repeating that he won. Han offers him a cold compliment, noting that everyone who is feeling low feels much better after a beating. Eren's mind flashes back to his defeated opponent's dissolving face, remembering that it's not 57 years. The crowd's boos echo in Eren's ears, making him question his immense efforts and feeling as though his struggle was entirely meaningless. As Eren ponders for what he even fought, the referee urgently addresses the crowd, announcing that with both players' agreement, the finals will proceed immediately. With a sharp metallic scrape, Han draws his greatsword, warning Eren that he is going to give it his all. Eren stands before him, a massive, gaping wound visible on his chest. Han refuses to show mercy, stating he won't go easy just because Eren is in a shit state. Han declares the start of the finals and demands Eren show him what he has got. The audience continues to hurl insults, calling Han a rabid dog and demanding him cut Eren to pieces, shouting that the loser is obviously on the brink of death and doesn't belong in the finals. A system chat log scrolls with users placing bets and screaming for Eren's death. Han looks up at the massive monitor displaying Eren's battered face, knowing that his condition wouldn't have gotten better even if he took potions. Han genuinely believes it is better for Eren to meet his end like this instead. Looking at his wounded comrade, Han offers him an out. He tells Eren there are too many losers in the audience, suggesting he come back to Townia to live comfortably as an instructor. Han promises to save Aaron's sister so he can go back home, asking him to just nod so Han can make his life easy, while Han and the others continue to climb the tower. From the stands, Muden watches silently. Down in the arena, Aaron tightens his grip on his spear. Peering through the blood running down his face, he finds his resolve and firmly refuses the offer. Han's smile widens into a fierce grin as he challenges Aaron to show him his strength. A system notification announces that the 4-star Han has entered an exceed state. Activating maximum output, Han unleashes a colossal, sweeping crescent of blue energy, facing the devastating attack. As the massive energy wave bears down on him, Aaron reflects on their profound differences. He acknowledges that while they both started as 1-star recruits, they could never be compared. He remembers Han moving confidently through their world, his talents backing him up, doing things of his own will with an invincible force of allies by his side. On the other hand, Aaron possessed nothing. He recalls his own pathetic beginnings, crying in the backlines, begging to be sent home, and terrified of the violence. Han's voice echoes in his mind, acknowledging that Aaron's armor and technique have improved since those days. Aaron remembers forcing himself to fight, desperately clinging to life, only to find that sheer effort still wasn't enough. He recalls the tears of frustration, wanting nothing more than to become stronger and rid himself of his pathetic thoughts forever, despite feeling inherently inadequate. As Han's massive attack closes the distance, Han mentally asks Aaron how he thinks birds know how to fly, questioning if they could just soar right off the bat, or if they possessed that ability since the world came to be. Through the reflection in Aaron's eye, the history of flight is envisioned. Han explains that birds didn't exist in the beginning. Back then, creatures just crawled the earth. Flight was born because an animal dared to dream. A simple crawling reptile looked at the sky and wondered how nice it would be to soar through that blue expanse. It was a delusional dream of a fool, and nothing works out if you just dream. The creature crawled the earth all its life. However, that dream did not end. It passed down its dreams to its offspring. Generations of eggs hatched, the offspring crawled and they died, but the dream of flight persisted. Bodies adapted, memories vanished, and the creatures themselves weren't even aware of these dreams, yet the instinct continued. Through an eternity of life cycles, the crawling footprints slowly shifted into talons, marking the relentless march of improvement. The sages called this power eternity, the instinct of life. Finally, one day, after escaping the long cave, a dreamer realized that it had wings, and a magnificent reptilian beast took to the skies. Aaron questions if he, too, can fly. Han's voice replies that the current Aaron cannot, but the future version of him might, meaning Aaron must die here in order to pass his dream on to the next iteration of himself. Aaron envisions touching a reflection of himself that shatters into prismatic glass. He realizes that the cycle continued, and in the endless repetition of life, time lost its meaning, allowing his dream to spread its roots. He looks inward, seeing the countless selves that had failed to achieve the dream. Their specific emotions and despair were not his, but he could tell that their dream continued. Aaron accepts that he is not human, but an illusion made from dreams, a shadow of will, and the very crystallization of those aspirations. Because of this, he can execute his technique tens of thousands, even millions of times. In his mind's eye, endless iterations of himself practice the spear thrust. As reality snaps back, a blinding light surrounds Aaron. Spectral afterimages of his countless past attempts align perfectly with his physical body. Han watches the glowing display, wondering if the technique is finally complete. Aaron unleashes Muden's secret technique and ultimate, the concentration of millions of stabs. This power breaks the very rules of nature, manifesting as a brilliant, reality-tearing surge of pink and purple energy. Aaron's spear point crackles with devastating, glitching power as his eyes glow with a piercing blue light. He thrusts his weapon forward, sending a colossal, prismatic beam of pure force crashing directly into Han's massive wave of blue energy. The two reality-breaking attacks collide in the center of the arena, engulfing the entire stadium in a cataclysmic explosion of blinding light and shattering debris. A blinding flash of purple light and flying debris washes over the stadium. Two spectators throw their arms up to shield their faces, one screaming in absolute terror as the blast wave hits. All across the arena, masters and warriors react to the devastating display of power. A stoic blonde man with a red mark on his forehead watches with a calm, unblinking gaze. Javier smirks at the spectacle. Velkus stares in pure shock, while Jenna and Kishasha are left completely stunned. Unit merely smiles at the destruction, and Mutin gestures of silent respect. The sheer force of the impact shatters the massive blue energy screen shielding the stands. Lightning crackles wildly through the air, as a tremendous shockwave erupts outward from the devastated arena floor. In the center of the swirling dust and crackling energy stands Han. He grips his greatsword tightly and states that it is more than enough. As he speaks, the thick blade of his weapon begins to fracture. It glitches with bright, digital colors before shattering completely, dissolving into the air, left holding nothing but a broken hilt. Han sighs, remarking that this will mess up the middle of his mission. A wide view of the arena reveals the true extent of the damage. A massive, glitching rift has been torn straight through the solid ground, splitting the battlefield in two. At the edge of the chaotic chasm kneels Eren. He clutches his spear for support, bleeding heavily from a severe wound on his side. The stadium erupts into absolute chaos. A blue-haired announcer wearing sunglasses screams into his microphone, demanding to know what just happened. The automated arena system broadcasts that player Han used a special skill, but notes that player Eren was just as impressive for the counter. The system adds that it is hard to believe this is a fight between mere 4-star combatants. The spectator chat floods with disbelief. Viewers type that it is unbelievable how strong they are, refusing to believe they are only 4-star ranked. Others question how powerful Han's master must be if his weapon broke under the sheer strain of the attack. In the stands, the residual force of the blast has blown spectators backward. People scream as they nurse injured legs and cry out in confusion at the overwhelming display of power. Amidst the panic, a red-haired staff tries to calm the crowd. He yells for everyone to settle down, reminding them that they have healing potions and that any dead heroes can be resurrected at the temporary summoning facility. Elsewhere in the stands, a dark-haired man quietly admits he underestimated the fighter, guessing that he must still be from Niflheimer. His companion agrees, noting that he was hiding his true powers all along. Nearby, a burly spectator celebrates surviving the shockwave, loudly cheering that he is glad he bet his money on the rabid dog. Back on the ruined battlefield, Han inspects the lingering digital fragments of his broken sword, silently acknowledging that he put a lot of work into making the sword. As Eren remains kneeling in the rubble, the true nature of the exchange becomes clear. It wasn't a simple stab or a mere physical swing. It was not magic or a standard physical attack. No genius, not even a dozen Lydigians, would be able to replicate it. It was karma. That is the unique power Eren possesses. The system officially declares player Han the winner, offering its congratulations. As the announcement echoes through the arena, Eren coughs up a spray of blood and collapses entirely to the floor. Han looks back over his shoulder with a sharp gaze. He muses that in Taunia, a place full of beasts, the rabbit is about to become the most feared creature of all. Walking away through a dimly lit corridor, Han listens as his system congratulates him on the victory. He tells Unit to go easy. He almost lost, and that he would have died if he had been in a normal state. Approaching him, Unit, the click of her heels echoing softly on the floor. She laughs, stating that she believed he would be fine since he is their master. After all, he tells her that it is fine anyway, as the weapon Bifrost is broken. Unit confirms karma-type attacks do not allow for natural healing. She offers to fix it. Han simply thanks her. She warns that Mutin will not want to let go of Eren. Han acknowledges this and asks Unit to tell Mutin congratulations. Once he is finally alone, the severe toll of the battle catches up to him. Han leans heavily against the corridor wall, clutching his side where blood flows freely. He slides down the wall, sitting in a growing pool of his own blood in the empty hall. The sun sets over a sprawling futuristic city, filled with towering skyscrapers and soaring airships. Inside a luxurious hotel room, Han finally awakens in a plush bed. Unit is by his side, relieved that he is up. She tells him that he slept for a long time and admits she thought he had died. Han immediately asks what happened to the event. She explains that all the games have ended and the closing ceremony has already taken place. Everyone is returning to their respective lobbies, and the Dimensional City will shut down by today. She warns that they will be swept into the mess if they leave too late. She continues, calling the duel impressive, and noting that Lydigian was impressed as well, excited for when Han finally hits 6 stars. She reveals that both Earth and Mobius are currently talking about him, and the high rankers will surely be interested in him now. Han rubs his head, finding the attention annoying. He realizes that by ignoring defense and dealing fixed damage, the smart masters will have definitely noticed the unique properties of his destructive sword spirit. Han asks for the final results of the event. She replies that Taunia barely managed to win the team match. A fierce, chaotic battlefield flashes in his mind, showing Velkist and his allies clashing against powerful archers and warriors in a brutal struggle. With that hard-fought victory, Taunia won first place in all 3 categories. Han demands that Yernith be honest with him. He suspects she did something behind the scenes, believing there is no way Taunia would have won against the top rankers otherwise. He outright accuses her of eliminating the rankers herself. She casually deflects, claiming she doesn't know, and that she only taught a lesson to the ones who were using evil methods. She smiles warmly, advising him to trust in himself a bit more as a master. She then mentions that Muten suggested Eren return to him, and she thinks Muten really believes he should too. She notes that Muten is currently whining, threatening to cut off Eren's 2 feet. Yonit bluntly agrees with Muten, stating that a spot on the 13th floor might open up soon. Her expression darkens as she remarks that Muten has lived too long, unimaginably long. Dismissing the topic, Han tells her to cut the nonsense and lend him a sword, noting he has nothing to use while Bifrost is being repaired. The woman replies that she has prepared an A-rank weapon that looks identical to his old one. Resting in a metal stand nearby is a sleek, black greatsword. The system identifies it as a hard steel sword imbued with mana. It is a perfect A-rank weapon that holds powerful mana and can repair itself even when destroyed, bearing the specific brand of Niflheimer. Later, a dark airship cruises through the night sky, illuminated by softly glowing floating lanterns. On the open deck, Henna enthusiastically asks Han if he is sure he is human. She mentions watching the Battle Royale video, where he went around defeating everyone, and marvels that he even won the solo game after that. Eddie, sitting nearby, sighs, admitting she was struggling due to poison during the event. Jenna compliments her for doing great as well. Velkist stands leaning against the ship's railing, his arms crossed. Han asks him if he is mad that he couldn't participate in the solo game. He replies that he isn't, but calls it a shame that his eyes are rotten. Velkist states it only makes sense that Han participated in order for Taunia to secure the win. He ponders what would have happened if it had been him in the arena, asking Han if he is absolutely sure that Eren's technique actually pierced through his destructive sword spirit. Nearby, Kishasha leaps around playfully trying to catch a bird, demanding it eat more so it can grow. Han watches her briefly before telling Velkist that if that technique was all there was to worry about, it would be a relief. Velkist notes that the world works in strange ways. Han gestures toward the sky, telling Velkist to look over there. Han reminds him that they didn't forget the competition they just participated in was merely a sub-event. An image of a grotesque, fleshy red eye flashes, followed by the terrifying visage of the main threat. A colossal, multi-eyed monster with rows of jagged teeth and writhing, fleshy tentacles. Han explains that the fighters they faced were just trainees or sub-parties, so they cannot get arrogant about their victory. He warns that when they participate in the main event next time, that monstrous entity is what they will be fighting. A vision of a massive, heavily armed golden airship fleet appears flying through the sky. On the gleaming deck of the lead ship, the stoic blonde man with the red forehead mark stands tall in pristine white and silver armor, drawing a magnificent sword as his knights bow in reverence around him. The sword glows with a blinding golden light, and the ship fires a massive, concentrated energy beam that effortlessly shatters a glowing defensive shield in the distance. Back on their own peaceful ship, Jenna cheerfully offers Han some sweet and sour pork she packed from the hotel. She eagerly suggests he pour the sauce directly over it. Han looks at her with utter dismay, questioning why anyone would pour the sauce instead of properly dipping the pork. As they travel through the night, the final system announcements illuminate the sky. The World Raid Fiesta sub-events have officially ended. The system thanks all participating masters and displays the final 4-star dimensional city rankings. First place goes to Ennick of Taunia with a massive 172,221 points. Second place is secured by Loki of Niflheimer with 105,260 points. Third is Truelder of Jinningagap, followed by Lifeout of Asgard in fourth, and Domestic Investors of Getaro in fifth. Following the reward announcement, Han's system suddenly begins spamming a rapid, endless succession of notifications. Window after window pops up, all repeatedly stating the purchase of a warhorse statue for 5,000 gold. Muten laughs uproariously, teasingly asking if Eren saw how taken aback their master was, calling the reaction incredibly funny. Eren, looking weary and heavily bandaged. Muten was hitting Eren as he spoke. Eren groans that it hurts. Muten laughs that supposedly unbreakable sword broke right away. Eren's expression grows solemn As he reflects on his fight with Han, he reveals that he saw other versions of himself, who came to the domain to train in order to grow stronger. They experienced the exact same despair he did. Eren wonders aloud if his memories disappeared, questioning how long he was actually trapped there. Surrounded by fragmented, burning film strips of his past, he concludes that the hundreds of years spent without making any progress at all must have been unbearable. He suspects he probably wanted to abandon his meaningless life and start over. Mutin smirks, bluntly telling Eren that the real him died a long time ago. He declares that the Eren standing there now is just a dream that the dead Eren dreamed of a mere illusion. Before Eren can fully process the heavy revelation, Mutin cheerfully slaps his back, urging him to just do what they can. He reminds Eren that he secured second place in the competition, asking who cares about his past self. Eren groans from the impact, but the boy quickly reassures him that he called for a helper. Heavy footsteps echo as Lydigian approaches. Eren asks who the helper is, and the imposing man demands that Eren show him the moon shadow technique used on their master. A panicked Eren questions if the man even knows the name of the skill, but Lydigian simply draws a massive black blade, telling Eren he can experience it for himself. Eren protests, frantically warning that injuries don't heal easily in this place. Lydigian coldly replies that he will just push Eren to the brink of death, without actually killing him, adding that he brought someone to handle the treatment. From the shadows, Unit steps forward and waves politely, Lydigian declaring that there will be no more talking. Lydigian's eyes glow with a blinding white light as he swings his massive sword, unleashing a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, back in the Townia, significant expansions take place. Not long after returning from the event, the lobby takes on 2 additional floors, upgrading to level 5. With the expansion comes more advanced facilities, including a level 7 magic hall and a level 6 equipment production facility. This rapid growth is all thanks to Eniten buying all kinds of construction materials and resources with all the points she got from the event. She also summons more heroes for labor, bringing in burly, hammer-wielding workers and robed mages to speed up the facility construction. Having gathered enough gems for more frequent advanced hero summons, a 3-star character named Nancy appears. A magic engineer like her is basically a 5-star individual regardless of their combat abilities, providing a new force to support Kato. The first floor, which serves as the gate to the lobby, takes on 2 more dorms divided into 3 distinct complexes. These complexes regularly choose representatives to fight battles in the training facility. The winner is moved up to the 2nd floor, while the loser is forced to wait for another chance. This fierce competition isn't limited to combat classes. Even veterans who had worked for 20 years in the capital could lose here if their cooking skill level was low, as demonstrated by intense culinary showdowns. In the equipment production facility, Alter, who had trained in the exploration dungeons, manages to regain his place as the head of the department. With his improved skills, he can now reliably craft B-rank equipment. Thanks to securing first place in the event, Eniten's channel gained a massive boost, crossing over 20,000 subscribers. Oh man, I wish Manhwa would also grow like this. Although they were rather conspicuous at the event, they managed to avoid other masters trying to fight them. Inside the lobby, a muscular, black-haired warrior named William approaches a virtual interface displaying Eniten's digital eye logo. Chuckling darky, he acknowledges her as the ruler that dominates them all and challenges his master to a fight. A mock one-on-one battle against the AI commences. The master AI effortlessly defeats the 3-star William, proving that Eniten is steadily getting better. 2. As Eniten prepares for the next climb, Han is also making his own meticulous preparations. In a quiet alchemist lab, a large cauldron bubbles with vibrant blue flames. Kato assists Han, though he pants heavily from exhaustion. Isel buzzes nearby, but Han bluntly tells it to shut up so he can concentrate. A complex holographic grid appears in front of him, and Han's fingers fly across the virtual keys, striking a flawless series of perfect combos. The synthesis is an ultimate success. The system announces that Han, recognized as a 4-star, has created an intermediate advent stone containing a black dragon soul. Isel cheers enthusiastically, praising his legendary divine hands. Han casually commends Kato, noting that he was helpful. Catching his breath, Kato asks what the hell he truly is, pointing out that while he knows he is the sub-master, his level of authority and the caliber of the item he just made defy logic. Han simply tells him he will learn eventually. Han asks Isel if he no longer needs to worry about anything now, specifically regarding manipulating the logs. She notes it is much easier now that he is the sub-master. Han smiles faintly, agreeing that it would be nice, and mentions she might be able to do it without him soon. Suddenly, Isel cries out, urging Loki not to die, and that he must come back no matter what. Han initiates the opening of the Advent Dungeon. The system displays a dire red warning. A hero who dies in an Advent Dungeon cannot be resurrected, and there is always a chance of a failed seal leaving the hero in a corrupted state. Undeterred, Han steps into the brilliant red light of the portal as the 10-second countdown finishes, officially unlocking the intermediate Advent Dungeon, known as the Black Dragon's Hall. Han materializes in a desolate, rocky landscape beneath a swirling, blood-red sky. A sinister voice echoes from above, laughing at their reunion. Standing confidently atop a high stone wall is Haljan's patriarch, Ricardo von Haljaref. Ricardo deduces that since he has been summoned, it must mean Han wants to absorb him. He complains that he just can't rest, to which Han calmly agrees. Ricardo's eyes ignite with a piercing crimson glow, as he warns that it won't be so easy this time. With a deafening roar, Ricardo transforms into a massive, winged beast, officially identified as the level 64 half-black dragon Haljaraf. Han leaps into action, closing the distance instantly to strike the dragon with a flurry of swift attacks. However, his strikes bounce harmlessly off a glowing, hexagonal barrier. The system notes that the targeted monster is highly resistant to physical attacks. Han recognizes the persistent trait and quickly dives out of the way as a barrage of massive, sharp black scales rains down from the dragon, cratering the ground where he just stood. Retreating to a safe distance, Dragon commands his shadow abilities, summoning 15 level 31, corrupt shadows that take the form of jagged, monstrous entities with gaping maws. Having gotten used to this attack pattern, Han calls out, asking Yerneth how the connection between Bifrost and the proof of fallen heaven is holding up. A massive, intricate magic circle illuminates the dark sky, and the elegant, white-haired Yerneth manifests, declaring that it is done, and he can summon it whenever he needs. Han notes that the system is still working, despite being broken, viewing it as a potential advantage that allows him to control Bifrost himself. He realizes that, while Bifrost's intervention capabilities are lower in the normal stages, Advent Dungeons have nothing to do with the tower's actual floors. Because the dungeon functions closer to the lobbies, he can use the Bifrost a lot more here. Calling upon this immense authority, Han summons his ultimate weapon, Balisarda en route. A colossal, glowing golden blade pierces through the dark dimensional rift. The S+ rank immortal weapon, forged from the horns and scales of the Shadow Demon King, possesses the unique element of physical penetration, specifically designed to strike entirely through a target's physical defenses and other related skills. As the massive black dragon roars, unleashing a chaotic torrent of shadow creatures across the battlefield, Han dives headfirst toward the towering beast, gripping his weapon tightly as a vibrant aura trails behind his imminent, devastating strike. The chapter begins with a momentary victory that quickly spirals into a desperate gamble. A system notification chimes, announcing that the intermediate Advent Dungeon has been cleared. For this triumph, the reward is a special seal, Black Dragon Blood, rank C+, level 1. The system details the prize as pure blood, acting as proof of direct lineage from the first-ever dragon. Though its potency has become less concentrated over time, it still grants a 10% increase to both physical and magical attack resistance, along with an exclusive 1-second skill called Dragon Scales. The prompt indicates this seal can be imbued into the 4-star hero. Han, looking at the floating crimson orb. Han holds a glowing crystal in his hand and addresses Unit. He asks if there is still some mana remaining in Bifrost, commanding her to get it ready. Unit urgently warns that any more would be too much, and that it is not yet the appropriate time for the second advent. Unmoved by the caution, Han simply says, "Please." Unit reluctantly agrees, and Han shatters the crystal in his palm. Instantly, blaring red warnings flood his vision, as the system announces the Advent Dungeon's difficulty has changed to top rank. The very fabric of the dungeon begins to open up. Han stands alone in a desolate, dark courtyard as the crimson sky above him splinters like fragile glass. Dark energy pulses through the widening cracks, and violent black and purple flames erupt across the heavens. A deep, resonant voice echoes from the void, asking who calls for them. Han looks up, his expression hardened with determination. The sky shatters completely, falling away like broken red glass, revealing a colossal, glowing reptilian eye peering down through the dimensional rift. staring directly into the gargantuan eye. Han demands the creature give him its power. He smirks confidently, even as the system frantically issues another warning. It states that this difficulty cannot be cleared with the forces available at the moment, highly recommending that he fall back. The giant eye narrows, and the beast rumbles, amused that a small human wants its power. Surges of black and purple energy flare up as the dragon begins to chuckle. The sound erupts into a booming, arrogant laugh as the beast tears completely through the shattered space, revealing its massive, dark-winged, draconic form. The first-ever black dragon descends toward the ruined castle, asking if Han is the hero whom the goddess mentioned. Purple lightning surges around the dragon's massive claws as it mocks Han, calling him a weakling and declaring that he is nowhere near enough. In a blinding flash, the dragon's form condenses. A humanoid figure clad in dark, heavy armor lands on the ground, wielding the massive spear. He tells Han that he cannot handle him and orders him to go back. Unfazed, Han replies that they will see about that. A critical danger warning flashes as the system identifies the foe. The first-ever black dragon, Dragon Overlord Haljan Suraus, his level completely obscured by question marks. Haljan brandishes his dark spear, asking if the fool only understands things after trying. Meanwhile, inside a grand, Colosseum-like structure, a separate and brutal battle unfolds. A muscular warrior with dark hair and a top knot roars as he swings a heavy axe, but his strike is effortlessly blocked by Velkist, wielding a black sword. Another fighter, sporting spiky white hair and armed with a gun blade, joins the fray from below. Velkist easily parries the blade, kicking the axe wielder to the stone floor. Smirking confidently, the scarred, Velkist unleashes a devastating crescent wave of energy. The white-haired fighter throws a desperate punch, but the Velkist counters with a blinding, white-hot sword strike that knocks his opponent back with a heavy groan. Bleeding from his lip but smiling viciously, Velkist leaps into the air and rains down a relentless barrage of red energy slashes. The onslaught heavily injures the white-haired fighter, leaving him bleeding on his knees beside his already unconscious companion. Standing victorious in the ruined hall, the blue-haired warrior declares that he will stop that spear someday too. Back in the Advent dungeon, Haljan strides forward and violently slams the butt of his spear into the ground. A massive, suffocating cylinder of purple energy engulfs Han. Pinned beneath the immense pressure, Han grunts and sweats, realizing it's a localized gravity field. Unit chimes in, noting that the dragon is stronger than anticipated. Han grits his teeth, thinking that this just means he needs the dragon's powers even more. Struggling to move, Han asks Unit for help, stating he doesn't want to be crouched down here anymore. Unit sighs, remarking that he really cannot be stopped, and agrees to help, hoping that Han will win. Han takes the concern as a compliment, promising he won't take long. Instantly, a rapid sequence of system effects activates. Notifications confirm the effects of a Scallan. Draupnir, Fragarech, Argo's Eye, and Medjingjord are all engaged. Han bites into a glowing golden fruit drawn from a treasure chest, triggering the effect of Idun's apple. The system announces that the 4-star hero has entered an exceed state. Han undergoes a radical transformation. His hair turns stark white and lengthens wildly. A vibrant purple aura ignites over his left eye, and raw lightning arcs across his dark clothing. Floating nearby, Haljan observes the transformation with mild, intrigued amusement. Han immediately activates his destructive sword spirit skill. He bursts forward with terrifying speed, completely shattering the purple gravity field, and clashing his blade directly against Haljan's spear. The system details his overwhelming buffs. The Dragonslayer sword Escalon adds a fixed amount of damage to dragons, amplifying Dragonslayer skill effects by 3 times. Furthermore, Idun's apple amplifies the effects of his level 4 skill regeneration by 500 times. Smiling fiercely, Han spams the destructive sword spirit, launching a blinding, high-speed barrage of massive blue energy slashes that force the Dragon Overlord to brace himself. Haljan blocks the relentless onslaught with his hardened wings, chuckling as he admits the display is interesting, and that he can feel the human's determination. He asks what Han is going to show him next, realizing the dragon is still perfectly fine after the massive combo. Han complains, asking if he can't just die since he is struggling here. Haljan laughs excitedly, declaring that he will fight him, challenging Han to pass the test and prove himself worthy so he can check the human's worth himself. Han pauses his assault to ask one question. Is cheating allowed? Haljan considers this for a moment before smiling, deciding that as long as he passes, it does not matter. Han smiles back, remarking, "Nice, he channels a massive column of purple energy, condensing it into a concentrated, eye-like core before unleashing it in a blinding flash of light that erupts into a colossal explosion. Dashing through the lingering smoke, Han assesses the situation. He notes that the bastard is way more monstrous than he imagined, realizing he would have already killed the dragon by now if he was just top rank. This difficulty, he concludes, is closer to demon rank. As the flames clear, Haljin emerges completely unharmed, casually charging a massive orb of fire. Addressing Yerneth, Han states that they are going to have to use their last trump card, demanding all of the equipable items. Yerneth complies immediately. Dozens of glowing, high-tier swords, axes, and spears materialize in the air around Han, as he deftly dodges Haljin's fiery blasts. Han reflects that, while there were some guys with S-rank items in the battle royale, no one was fully decked out in S-rank items and consumables. Summoning an array of high-tech, floating mechanical drones, Han declares he will use all the power Bifrost has here. Fully outfitted with futuristic mechanical armor and gripping a massive, ornate golden spear that crackles with intense yellow lightning, Han prepares to show the Dragon Overlord exactly what it is like to pay to win. High above a shattered landscape, mechanical drones with glowing green eyes unleash a barrage of concentrated energy beams. The destructive emerald rays crash into a formidable figure suspended in the sky. Haljin easily absorbs the impact using a projected hexagonal shield of red energy. From across the battlefield, Han with flowing white hair and a radiant halo retaliates. Wielding a massive, golden, wheel-like weapon, Han unleashes a storm of golden energy arrows that streak through the air. Haljin remains unfazed, enduring the onslaught from the center of a raging inferno. From a distance, Han notes that it is a good thing the tester is generous, questioning why he is not avoiding a low-level's attacks and wondering if there is some other plan in motion. Refusing to back down, Han readies a top-rank seal, charging a blinding sphere of golden light from his mechanical gauntlet. In response, Han's clawed hand ignites with dark, crackling flames. The two devastating forces collide in the center of the arena. The impact triggers a cataclysmic explosion of purple and white lightning, shattering the rocky terrain below and sending massive shockwaves through the dust-filled air. As the smoke slowly clears, Haljin stands tall, completely uninjured. He casually asks if Han is done. Standing across from him is Han, his black armor battered and his face marked with exhaustion. Despite his injuries, Han firmly declares that it is over. Internally, Han calculates his failed strategy, realizing that penetration does not work. The Dragon Slayer element does not work, and not even the Null element is effective. He desperately wonders what Haljin's weakness could be. Amused by Han's resilience, Haljin asks if that is all he has got before deciding that it is all right. Han briefly considers using his remaining intervention power to run away to the lobby, but Haljin interrupts his thoughts, announcing that he has passed the test. Han is caught entirely off guard by the sudden victory. Haljin leans in close, his glowing orange, slit-like eye piercing through the darkness. He reveals that Han called upon him to gain power even while knowing the truth. Haljin explains that he saw into Han's memories for a split second, realizing that Han is from a different place, and notes that there is some strange feeling to him as well. With a swift motion, Haljin tosses a pulsing, dark red orb toward Han, telling him to take it. Han catches the glowing sphere as Haljin continues, expressing his own distaste for the others who gave up simply because they could not endure such a small burden. Smiling wickedly, Haljin admits that Han seems different and that he likes him. Han is left utterly confused, admitting he does not get it. Suddenly, a system window materializes before him, announcing that the stage is clear and he has successfully completed the intermediate Advent dungeon. The notification reveals he has received the special seal, True Black Dragon Blood, an A-rank item. The system indicates that the seal can be imbued to the 4-star hero Han. The item description details that it is pure blood acting as proof of direct lineage from the first-ever dragon, holding great power. It grants a 10% increase in defense to all elements and provides the exclusive skill, Dragon Scales, which lasts for 1 second. Returning from the trial, Han steps through a swirling red portal into the safety of the lobby. He looks down at the pulsating orb, wondering what Haljin is planning. He is immediately greeted by Isel, who eagerly asks how it went. Han hands her the orb, instructing her to have Kato inspect it. Isel gathers around in awe, praising him for securing an A-rank item, though she quickly notices his battered state and asks if something bad happened. Han calmly replies that it was not really a big deal. He turns to Yernith, asking if she sensed anything strange during the trial. Yernith confirms his suspicions, stating that the difficulty of the Advent dungeon he opened was higher than anticipated. She warns him that if it were not for the tester going easy on him, he might have died. Han processes her words, noting that while Haljin called it a test, he did not genuinely fight back. Han points out that it does not make sense. He used all of Bifrost's powers, but all he received was an A-rank seal. Yernith frantically argues that the reward is not the problem, stressing that she was supporting him, yet he still came dangerously close to death. Han sighs, clutching his aching chest. He admits to himself that he was prepared, but in the end he only survived through luck. Gazing back at his hand, he realizes he will need luck one more time to endure the imbuing process. Despite the near-death experience, a confident smile spreads across his face. He remembers that he became a hero in order to fix the scenario despite the odds. He asks Yernith to just cheer him on, declaring that he is not so weak that he wants his trials to be easy. The scene shifts to the expansive, tiered floating fortress of Taunia, suspended beautifully against a hexagonal blue barrier. Deep within the fortress grounds, Han walks through a large, dimly lit stable. He approaches Kishasha, a beast woman with striped hair who is busy tending to the horses. She immediately apologizes, admitting she forgot it was mealtime. Han brushes it off, telling her to enjoy her time and noting that there is plenty more food. When he asks if she wants help, she declines, stating it is her duty. It is a quiet moment that reflects the daily lives of his team, as all the Party 1 members have their own unique hobbies. Jenna goes to the other floors to chat with others. Eddie spends her downtime drinking heavily at the local tavern, often needing comfort from her peers. Annan and Benik prefer to window shop for new equipment in the armory. Kato exhausts himself doing relentless research among towering piles of books. Velkist, on the other hand, spends his time dueling with promising newbies, clashing weapons in the training halls. Han appreciates Velkist's hobby, as it means the aggressive warrior asks him for duels far less often. Returning to the stable, Han watches Kishasha pet one of the horses and thinks about her particular hobby. He notes that because of the recent expansion, there are now farms in the forest, meaning space is no longer an issue for her. Strutting across the cobblestone floor of the stable is a tremendously fat pigeon. Han watches the round bird peck at the ground, observing that Kishasha brought it back from the dimensional city and named it Gugu. He expresses mild surprise that she hasn't eaten it yet, wondering if she is simply fattening the bird up for a future meal. Leaving the pigeon to its business, Han turns to Kishasha. He tells her that he wants to use the stable for a bit, explaining that it is the only place left with no one around because of all the recent upgrades and remodeling they had done. Kishasha agrees without complaint, admitting she doesn't know what he's trying to do, but willingly leaving him to his task. Left entirely alone in the quiet, dim stable, Han holds up Haljin's seal stone, the dark crimson orb pulsing with the true black dragon blood. He stares into the swirling red energy, thinking that he still does not know what the tester was planning. Despite the uncertainty, he knows he has to test the item, even if it turns out to be a deadly trap. A Stark system warning suddenly flashes before him in bright red text, cautioning that there is a chance of failure when imbuing seals, and asking if he will really attempt it. Without hesitation, Han confirms the choice. The imbuing process initiates, displaying the target hero as Han and listing the likelihood of success as completely unknown. Crimson lightning crackles violently up Han's muscular forearm as he grips the stone tightly. The veins in his hand bulge under the immense, volatile pressure. He knows the grim rules of this world all too well. No matter how skilled a hero might be, if a seal imbuing fails, they die. And worse, a corrupted hero does not ever come back. Suddenly, the swirling red energy from the orb darkens, pulling together into a jagged, shadowy silhouette. A sinister voice echoes from the darkness, chuckling that it has finally begun. The shadowy entity, forming glowing, malicious red eyes, speaks directly into Han's mind. It claims to have been watching him, noting that Han smells distinctly different from the other insect-like humans. The entity identifies the scent as belonging to that emperor, confirming it knows Han is not ordinary. Unfazed by the terrifying manifestation, Han stares coldly at the floating shadow. The entity morphs, its face twisting into a grotesque, grinning human visage, tauntingly asking Han where he is from and what he is trying to do in this broken place. Revealing his origins, Han declares that it was brought in to pick me up through the Advent dungeon that Tell opened. He recalls a gamer surrounded by dark entities, realizing that this is just like how Kaiser 32 became Nord. Han reflects on his own misplaced destiny, thinking that he should have become a hero in his own account like Kaiser 32 did. Instead, he was summoned into Townia. He deduces that this outcome was likely unwanted for Tel, who originally wanted to synthesize him with Surus. Looking at the entity, Han realizes that this shadowy creature must also feel the fundamental offness about his existence in this world. The entity interrupts his thoughts, loudly boasting that the Emperor and it have a binding contract. Han cuts the creature off immediately, his voice flat and commanding, telling the shadow to be quiet because he does not care about its life story. The entity erupts into manic laughter, finding it incredibly amusing that a mere human is looking down on such important ancient history. It concludes that Han really is a hero, and that putting on its little act was ultimately worth the effort. Addressing Han by his full name, Han Islat, the entity thanks him for the chance. The dark shadow stretches forward, its monstrous jaws opening wide as it declares that if it is him, the vessel should be perfect, and that Han can now become him. A blaring system alert warns that the 4-star hero Han is actively being corrupted. The entity surges toward Han, telling him not to worry because it will use his body well. It gleefully shouts about its sheer luck in finding such a great vessel within an otherwise inferior human. But as the dark corruption reaches out to claim him, Han does not flinch. He calls the entity an idiot for being fooled, stating that he knew this would happen. He had already suspected that the tester was letting him go far too easily. Shock interrupts the entity's gloating as Han explodes into motion. With a flawless, blindingly fast upward swing of his heavy blade, Han cleaves straight through his hand. The dark entity is violently torn apart in a spectacular eruption of blood-red lightning and shattering dark energy. Standing amidst the fading remnants of the corruption, Han lowers his sword. The chaotic crimson light washes over his face, his eyes glowing with an intense, unyielding blue light as he solidifies his complete mastery over the dragon's power. A massive, terrifying dragon head completely wreathed in dark, crackling energy violently crashes against a glowing purple hexagonal shield. The demonic beast roars into the darkness, ordering the human fool not to refuse its offer. Behind the barrier, Han praises Yernith for the good work, Yernith assuring his master that he will support him with all his effort. The dark dragon continues its aggressive assault against the barrier, demanding that the humans surrender completely. It boasts that as a member of a great race, the beast insists that all he has to do is hand over his body, confidently declaring that refusal is entirely impossible because its blood is already deeply mixed into the Han's system. Han stands entirely unfazed by the colossal entity raging before him. With dark red energy aggressively swirling around his right arm, he casually questions the dragon's absolute certainty. Without breaking a sweat, Han instructs Yernith to let the creature out. Following the command, Yernith immediately complies, and the glowing purple aura restraining the dark energy perfectly disperses. The terrifying dragon head registers sudden, sheer confusion, shocked that the stubborn human actually listened to reason. Believing it has finally won, the monstrous entity rants about being trapped in the dark for tens of thousands of years, declaring to the world that it has finally had enough. The shadowy beast lunges forward with enormous, crushing force, ready to claim its human prize. However, mid-strike, a sudden, pathetic gasp completely interrupts the terrifying charge. The massive shadowy dragon instantly vanishes into thin air, replaced by a completely ordinary-looking pigeon dropping onto the cold stone floor with a soft flutter of feathers. The tiny bird stares ahead, utterly bewildered by its new reality, and lets out a highly confused coo. Han sits calmly on the stone ground, completely enveloped in the glowing green crosses of a potent healing aura. He looks highly amused by the bizarre development. Examining his own hands, he asks what in the world the creature is, openly mocking the former dragon's tiny new form. The pigeon vigorously flails its wings in absolute panic, yelling at Han and desperately demanding to know what he has done to it. Han smirks, turning his hand over, and casually reminds the frantic creature that it explicitly stated it wanted a body. He then tells him that the pigeon's name is Gugu. Watching from the shadows, Yernith respectfully observes the chaotic scene, noting to his master that this is his first time witnessing something like this. The newly christened Gugu shrieks in absolute outrage at the demeaning name. Han completely agrees with Yernith, admitting it is his first time as well. He notes that he never expected a monster from a Descent dungeon to actually appear during the engraving process. Gugu furiously demands to be changed back to its original form right this second, threatening to smash Han to tiny pieces while aggressively flapping its feathered wings. Han merely stares down at the screeching bird and flatly asks how exactly he is supposed to do that. Taken completely aback by the question, Gugu stops and asks if Han is seriously asking because he really doesn't know. Han confirms his total ignorance, telling the pigeon to explain the method, and he will think about doing it. Gugu immediately breaks out in a nervous sweat, stammering heavily and entirely unable to formulate a real answer. Attempting to regain its lost dignity, Gugu puffs up its tiny chest and orders the human to make the wise choice. It issues a dire warning that if he earns the absolute wrath of a great race, no one will survive. Han completely ignores the empty threat. He points out that the creature originally wanted to permanently take his body. He asks the bird if changing the creature back wouldn't just result in his own death anyway. Gugu quickly tries to smooth things over, promising that Han won't die, but rather they will become one entity and live on together forever. Han grips the squirming pigeon tightly in his hand, coldly asking if that is so. Without a second of hesitation, he forcefully dunks Gugu headfirst into a nearby wooden barrel filled with water. Han calmly remarks that the chicken pigeon sure makes a lot of noise. Gugu violently gurgles and coughs beneath the rippling surface. Pulling the soaked bird up just slightly, Han tells it that it clearly doesn't understand the current situation. He makes it completely clear that great race or not, right now it is just a chicken pigeon bastard. Nearby in the courtyard, Gacha Ch carrying a heavy wooden log approaches, curiously asking Han what he is doing in the dark. Han lifts the completely drenched pigeon completely out of the water. Gugu continues its arrogant tirade, demanding to know if the human still doesn't know his place and calling him a mere insect. Unfazed by the insult, Han dunks the bird straight back into the water with a heavy splash, challenging the creature to turn into its mighty dragon form if it is so upset. Beneath the swirling water, Gugu furiously vows to kill the human. Pulling the soaking bird up once more, Han asks if it still doesn't get it. Desperate and gasping for air, Gugu warns that if Han kills it, he won't be able to use the black dragon blood. Han coldly replies that he entirely doesn't care. He states he will just treat the situation as bad luck and simply get a new engraving somewhere else. He heavily presses the sharp blade of his weapon against Gugu's wet wing, stating that starting over is much better than getting screwed over by an arrogant chicken bastard who doesn't know his place. He promises to cook the bird right then and there. Absolute panic finally sets in. Gugu screams for Han to wait, begging for its life because it doesn't want to go back to being trapped in the void. Han flashes a dark, menacing smile and asks if the pigeon finally understands the situation now. Utterly defeated and trembling, the pigeon sighs, stating its true name is Haljan Surags, the Primordial. Han immediately cuts the ancient being off, calling it good Gugu. The ancient dragon reluctantly accepts its new, pathetic reality, quietly muttering that the human can call it whatever he wants. Later, inside a dimly lit stable room, Han stands before Gugu and pieces the vital information together. He concludes that the black dragon blood he previously received wasn't complete. Gugu confirms this is right, prompting Han to ask for the reason why. Gugu explains its incredibly long imprisonment spanning tens of thousands of years, stating that when a peculiar human like Han suddenly appeared before it, it couldn't help but be deeply tempted. Gugu reveals it knows the dire situation the current heroes are facing, specifically referencing the tragic fate of Taunia and the destructive actions of the goddess. As Gugu speaks, Han mentally visualizes Tel. The dark vision sharply shifts to a chaotic scene of Freya in absolute agony, as Gugu confirms that selling their realm to another dimension was not something easily done. Han realizes the massive implications of this history. He deduces that the woman used Freya's contract as a trigger to summon him from a higher dimension directly to Taunia. However, he carefully notes that his account should belong to Niflheimer. Bringing his hand to his chin in deep thought, Han questions why he was chosen for this instead of Emkina, Taunia's true master. Shifting his strict focus back to the immediate problem on the floor, Han snatches Gugu up once again. He demands to know what actual use the pigeon provides, pointing out that if he is going to spare a bastard who stabbed him in the back, there needs to be a very good reason for it. He forcefully orders Gugu to explain how it can be useful. Squirming in his tight grip, Gugu quickly promises that if it remains by Han's side, Han will be able to draw out the Black Dragon's true, unrestricted power. Han questions the nature of this true power. Gugu explains that it is a profound blessing passed down since the very beginning of time, acting as a supreme law and authority that pierces the very origin of the universe. The pigeon eagerly reveals that the mixed-blood black dragon Han previously fought possessed only a few thousandths of this complete power. Han notes that this means the true power is insanely strong. Gugu states that since Han has already inherited its blood, he can use part of the power on his own, but without Gugu's direct assistance, the true power will remain forever locked. Gugu describes this ultimate ability as the supreme power to govern the movement of the universe and stars. A heavy, dark purple aura violently crushes the stone floor in Han's mind as Gugu officially names the devastating power: gravity. The pigeon explains that the black dragon scale ability Han knows is merely a tiny byproduct of this massive gravitational force. It promises that if Han becomes truly worthy in the future, he will be able to freely wield that great power. Han asks if he really needs Gugu for that progression. Internally, Han deeply analyzes his previous brutal battles. He recalls that his Pyjiam's soul ability deals strict fixed damage. He remembers violently shattering a massive skeletal water divine dragon, noting that if the black dragon only had simple immunity, his attacks should have easily broken through its defenses just like before. He thinks back to striking the dark armored figure with his dragon-slaying sword Escalon, which had its specialized effects heavily amplified by 3 times. Despite the relentless barrage of heavy slashes covered in countless magical attributes, the enemy didn't receive even the slightest wound. Han concludes that the creature absolutely possessed some other formidable power, marking it as top class even among the powerful descent monsters he has faced. Satisfied with the massive potential, Han commands Gugu to first restore the engraving completely, and then they can talk, knowing the pigeon intentionally left something out on purpose. Gugu puffs up with immense pride, telling Han to try not to be surprised by the result. Instantly, violent red lightning erupts across Han's left arm. System notifications loudly chime in, confirming that the engraving has been successfully completed, and a special ability has been securely engraved into his 4-star body. The system thoroughly details the new engraving: true black dragon blood, an S rank, level 1 ability proving the pure lineage of an ancient black dragon. It permanently grants a 20% increase to all attribute defense and hints that many other unknown skills currently exist. It also immediately unlocks the unique skill, Black Dragon Scale, which has a strict duration of exactly 1 second. Han examines the intricate black tribal tattoos now running entirely up his muscular arm, noting with deep satisfaction that the engraving has officially risen to S rank. Gugu advises that while it might not make much difference right now, powerful hidden abilities will unlock as Han continuously grows stronger. Han thinks strategically about the future. He realizes that if Gugu is the direct ancestor of one of the 4 great families, the other 3 families must have similar ancient beings tied to them. This directly means Taunia holds at least 3 more S-rank engravings waiting to be claimed. He considers this incredibly fortunate, reflecting that, just like heroes, engravings heavily differ depending on the specific account, and there are countless places that lack even A-rank engravings. The exciting prospect of obtaining the other 3 S-rank powers fills his mind. Gugu eagerly adds that just by having the ancient source of that power nearby, Han can easily awaken these hidden abilities, promising its full support moving forward. Han decides it is time to thoroughly test this newfound strength. He extends his heavily tattooed arm toward the water barrel and asks if they should test it. A system window immediately announces that the unique skill, Black Dragon Scale, has been activated. In an explosive burst of dark energy, his human arm completely morphs into a massive, jagged, terrifying dragon claw furiously crackling with orange power. A system window immediately notifies him that while the skill is active, the hero is entirely immune to physical attacks. The massive, terrifying claw dissipates back into his normal human arm within a single moment, a faint purple hexagon shield shattering into pieces. Han carefully notes the strict 1-second duration, realizing he can perfectly use this brief window of absolute immunity to somewhat reduce the heavy penalty of his Pyjiam's soul ability. Sensing the massive success, Gugu bursts into incredibly arrogant laughter, asking Han if he can feel the infinite power coursing through him. Without saying a single word, Han swiftly plunges the laughing pigeon right back into the cold water barrel. Gugu violently bursts to the surface, heavily spitting water, and crying out in absolute betrayal, demanding to know why Han did that. Han looks down with a cold, completely unforgiving expression and simply states that he doesn't like the way the bird talks. Soaking wet and completely humiliated, tears stream down Gugu's feathery face as it wails into the night, desperately crying out that it wants to go back.